Mr. Crawford.
Good morning. We're going to call our meeting to order. Mr. Jonas, we have a quorum, correct? Okay, very good. Please join me in a pledge of allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Recording
Today's going
in
to be
progress.
all of our meetings are great and memorable. Today will be especially the case. We'll have some real fun recognizing some outstanding schools. So we're excited about that. Blue Ribbon and the Purple Star schools. So those are always fun recognitions. Wanted to also recognize Dr. Wright, our official superintendent, state superintendent of schools. We're very excited, very honored to have Dr. Wright, and want to thank the board again as we work through this. I want to also recognize Dr. Celine. She's going to speak at public comment, and Dr. Savine, who's here as well. Want to just remind everyone that our meetings are recorded, and the public can access our meetings on the State Board website, or you can go to our vendor, Town Hall Streams, and we're also on YouTube. We invite the public to provide comments. You can do that virtually on our platform, our Zoom platform. If by any reason you run into a problem with Zoom, we ask you to do the audio. Meeting videos, agenda, and other materials are posted online. Just as a reminder, we will call upon our guests in the order in which they registered. We'll start with the virtual guest, and then we'll come to our guests in the room. You'll be allotted 3 minutes, and the time will be monitored. We ask you that when your time expires, that you would simply complete your sentence and not make any additional comments. Please direct your comments to the entire board. Board members will not respond to the comments, but please be assured that the board takes the comments under advisement. Mr. Hands will, if you have any material that you'd like for us to have, please give that to Mr. Hands, and he'll make sure the board members are made aware. We also have this morning representatives from MABE, from Montgomery County Board of Education, Ms. Shebra Evans and Ms. Brenda Wolf, who's in attendance. We're happy to have you come. Again, thank everyone. Let's now go to our virtual guests, first starting with Ms. Richardson. Okay. Ms. Utine? Hello? I think. Are you muted? You may be muted and your camera's
hi.
on. Okay.
Okay.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, fine. The lighting is you're a little dark, so we can barely see you, but that's okay.
All right. Yeah, let me just get right into the point since I
Please.
only have 3 minutes.
Absolutely. Welcome.
My name is Reina, and I'm a senior at Bethesda Chevy Chase High School in Montgomery County, and I chose child development as my program completer rather than taking a foreign language sophomore year. At the time, I was unaware of the internship requirement hours for senior year. This year, I've been experiencing prevalent health issues, and that have like significantly altered my quality of life and have rendered me unable to attend school and internship on a regular basis. My school absences are excused, and although like it's been really difficult, I've been able to keep up with my classes enough to be on track to graduate. Um, but since the internship hours are a state requirement, my school can't excuse them due to my circumstances, which I find heartbreaking as I've had an acutely difficult high school experience. And now I'm finally committed to college. I was looking forward to this new chapter of my life. And this is why I'm here to advocate for myself as a chronically ill teenager because my body shouldn't be a barrier to me graduating. And I genuinely think that that requiring like not being able to excuse internship hours in this circumstance is really unfair and frankly cruel. And I don't understand why it should be a barrier to me graduating. And I hope that you will consider what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. We definitely will take your comments under advisement. Wish you the very, very best.
Thank you.
Now turn to our one guest here, Dr. Celine, who is the superintendent of Queen Anne's County Public Schools. Welcome. Good to see you again. You have a busy day with us today.
I do have a busy day.
Please.
So good morning, Dr. Ray, President Crawford, and members of the board. My name is Patty Salins, and I'm the superintendent in Queen Anne's County Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to comment for Queen Anne's County, as well as PASAM and the 24 local superintendents. First, a very enthusiastic congratulations on behalf of the superintendents. We're just delighted to have you and looking forward to working with you for many years to come. This morning, I'd like to address two things on your agenda: the proposed dual enrollment and the CTE visits. So with regards to the proposed dual enrollment guidance, we greatly appreciate the state board and the AIB's response to our concerns on this issue and the dilemma that we all face ourselves in the next coming year. As we highlighted in our letter in February, due to the lag in approving the official CCR standards, funding for dual enrollment this year will be based on the previous interim standards, which were based on post-COVID MCAP scores. Therefore, for the upcoming school year, 2025, we will see significant decreases in funding across all 24 districts, a statewide reduction of about 40%, but specifically in Queen Anne's County Public School, it's 60%, a price tag of $125,000. And unfortunately, in this very challenging budget year, local funding is not a viable option to fill these gaps. However, on a very positive note, with the adoption of the official CCR standards by the State Board in February, which we also believe more accurately predicts a student's success in college and career, we will see a jump in the numbers of students who are college and career ready. And as a result of that, corresponding increase in funding for the subsequent year of 2026. But in the meantime, no school system wants to limit these opportunities for our students. And however, budget realities do not allow for previous generous and just unlimited dual enrollment options. So clearly a more targeted approach is appropriate and reasonable. Therefore, as superintendents, we appreciate and support the proposal under consideration today and will allow for flexibility in our local budgets to continue to offer a variety of dual enrollment opportunities for our students. And then very briefly on CTE, I believe we were the first visit for the CTE visits on March 6th. And it was a delightful visit, very positive. Specifically, MSDE was very impressed with our staff retention and how that has really shaped and molded the programs within our district. Now, while we don't have official feedback yet, the overall experience was so positive and well received, and we really do look forward to our continued work with MSDE to highlight, expand, and strengthen the programming at the district level in the area of CTE. So thank you for that initiative.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments, and again, we'll take those under advisement. And again, I want to just thank members of the public for taking time to come and to share ideas and perspectives with the board. We truly, truly value your input. At this time, we're going to now move to our consent agenda items, new business. So we have for approval the March 22nd, 26th, April 13th, and April 24th board meeting minutes, personnel actions, and budget adjustments, March 2024. As has been our past practice, I will then say objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items will be considered approved. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved. Are we ready with the Blue Ribbon Schools? Everyone is ready? Okay.
No. If we could do the superintendent's update.
Superintendent's update, okay. Okay, all righty. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule. But don't say anything. Don't say anything.
Don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it.
All right, well, good morning. Lots to update you on. I'll start with the MCAP testing season. It is underway. Testing has started, and we have completed science assessments for grades 5 and 8 in March. The alternate assessments for English Language Arts, Math, Science opened March 11, will close May 22nd. And then the window for English Language Arts and Math will open on April the 4th, high school science and government assessments on May 1, 8th grade social studies on May 6th, and all testing will conclude by May 31st. So we absolutely wish our students and teachers a smooth and successful testing season. Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month. So we celebrated this month in April. And we are trying to honor the needs and achievements not only of our bilingual and multilingual learners within our community, but also the overall state's population. Our state's population of multilingual learners is about at 12% of the total population. But over the past decade, the number of multilingual learners that we have had has doubled. It's gone from 56,000 to over 112,000, representing 189 different languages. And as the numbers continue to grow, we obviously want to celebrate their success, recognize their invaluable contributions to our schools, and obviously also advocate for the resources that they need for academic success. Research indicates that multilingualism enhances problem solving, fosters creativity, and promotes empathy and cultural understanding. Last year, we celebrated 2,742 graduating seniors who earned the prestigious Maryland Seal of Biliteracy, recognizing the high level of proficiency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing in one or more languages besides English. And the Seal of Biliteracy also further encourages further language acquisition and obviously giving our children a chance to compete in a very global market. We also have been addressing the recommendations that were made by the Blueprint for English learners in public schools. So a draft of the Young Multilingual Learner Interview Questionnaire has been developed, and it's going to be piloted in our pre-K expansion grants, both private providers and the LEAs. And information from these questionnaires is going to be used to inform and plan curriculum and develop strategies to be used in early learning settings, create professional development opportunities, and obviously strengthen family partnerships. We've also shifted from the term English language learner to multilingual learner. And so that is you'll see that term also then changing on all of our print materials as well. We've also convened a stakeholder group to develop a comprehensive language access policy for MSTE and the LEAs. We've had 2 sessions already with parents, community members, and representatives from our districts. The state is enhancing its instructional program to better support multilingual learners with high-quality instructional materials tailored to their needs, literacy programs aligned to the science of reading, and a guidance document on increased inclusion of multilingual learners in gifted and talented programs and advanced coursework. There is still much to do, we know that, particularly scaling a 2-way language immersion program, which we were fortunate enough to visit at Washington Grove in Montgomery County, and more to tell you about that in a minute. But also to strengthen our teacher prep programs need to be strengthened, I think, as well, in order to better prepare our teachers as they're coming out of ed prep to be able to meet the needs of our multilingual learners when they hit the ground working. We've had 2 incredibly productive meetings. I think our superintendents would. I was looking for Mr. Sofan. Very productive meetings with our superintendent's working group. This group comprises 8 superintendents who have been highly engaged and have provided very positive feedback on this. We really reached out to say what is most pressing for you, so that as we get together, we are addressing your most pressing needs. And so they said we want to talk about the fiscal challenges that we're facing, communications regarding the blueprint, and the post-CCR pathways guidance. And at our most recent meeting, we talked about solutions to some of these challenges, particularly with their budgets, how they're navigating the volume of change management. We also discussed the dual enrollment cap and got their input on this, and that has really informed our work and what we're going to be presenting to you later today. Really 2 exciting things that also happened, the Milken Award, Educator Awards. If you've never been to a Milken Educator Award event, it is one of the most exciting things because it's all secret and nobody knows who the winner is, and Milken plans this very elaborate ruse to get the kids involved, and so it's just remarkable. And so we had 2 winners this year: Frederick High School math teacher Maggie Arnold and Bodkin Elementary School 4th grade math teacher Bradley Absher from Frederick County. And both Superintendent Dyson and Anne Arundel County Superintendent Mark Bedell were both there to help lead these celebrations. And I've got to tell you, when they were introduced, the children went crazy, whether it was at the elementary school or whether it was at the high school. It was just because the big thing is they're getting this check. They get a check for $25,000 that they can use however they want. And so they stage this thing by saying, you know, teachers really deserve a lot of money, and they use the kids, and the kids are all going, yeah, yeah, yeah. So the first kid stands up with a $sign, and the next kid stands up with a 2, and the next kid stands up with a 5. And it's like, well, how much is that? Well, it's $25. Well, does that seem like a lot of money? No, it doesn't seem like a lot of money. So the next kid gets up with another 0. Well, now what have we got? So you could just imagine as the tension builds, and when the and I get the honor of the last is 0. So now we're at 25,000, and the place goes crazy. And so and these people are 2 of the most humble people you'd ever in your life want to meet. And the first one, the high school teacher, an amazing story behind her, just briefly. She was an immigrant to this country. And left her family, actually, in China, and was adopted at the age of 15, not speaking one piece of English. Not speaking one piece of English. And to hear her now and to see what she's done with her math classes and her whole message to children about perseverance and grit, and you can do it, and yes, life gets tough, but that's when we double down and do even harder. And it was what was really cute about her is that she's so effusive about this power of a teacher, and really wanted to express that. But it was really wonderful. We also kicked off our launch initiative, Equitable and Accelerated Pathways for All, at Turf Valley. Maryland is one of 10 states nationally that was chosen to participate in that. And there are members from not only MSTE, but the Baltimore City Public Schools, Montgomery County Public Schools, Talbot County Public Schools, and Frederick County Public Schools. So over the next 2 years, that teams from those districts are going to be working on a plan for themselves around how to accelerate those opportunities for children in their local districts. Several speaking engagements, Teachers of Promise Institute, that was wonderful. I joined our 2024 Teacher of the Year, Mary Connerton, to welcome all these top education students from nearly 20 Maryland colleges and universities. These pre-service students are assigned a mentor amongst Maryland's seasoned and award-winning teachers. And they get support from these teachers not only before, but also after their time once they're selected. Attended and spoke at the Early Childhood Conference, privileged along with Dr. Michael, who was there as well, to join hundreds of early childhood educators, experts, and advocates called Window into Maryland's Early Learning Standards. And it was a launch of our early learning standards, which I'm proud to say are now from birth through 48 months, which is also now aligned totally to our K through 12 standards. So you've got a seamless set of standards now from birth through grade 12. And this past week, I had the privilege of taking part in the annual celebration of the Mayor's Essay Contest, sponsored by the Maryland Municipal League. And this is fourth graders from across Maryland who learn about their local government and then express their ideas on what they would do if they were the mayor. And so it was held down in Annapolis, and there are 11 winners. And the governor appeared to present their awards to them, and he said, I've read all of your essays, and I'm here to tell you that so many of the bills that were passed this year were some of your ideas. And of course, the little faces just lit up. And so, and they had some amazing ideas. I mean, it was really heart-rending because you got a chance to see what fourth graders are, and they're so capable. And he was so gracious in his comments too. 2 school visits that we went on. Summit School, thank you to our board member, Dr. Millie McCarthy, who was the executive director of the Summit School. And a great, great visit. It serves very bright students with dyslexia and other learning differences in grades 1 through 8. And talk about children that are thriving academically, socially, and emotionally. I mean, and President Crawford was there with us, and I remember, Ching, you were there with us that day as well, were you not? You were in Carroll County. There, I knew there was somebody there. Thank you, Susan. And it was just to listen to these children talk about their own growth and their own journey of having dyslexia and having to overcome dyslexia, but the power of what that school has done and what those teachers have done, you would never in your life have suspected, because they were so confident. They were just so confident in speaking. And it was really just heart-rending. And listening to the teachers talk about the power of using data, the power of making sure that these children are feeling a sense of that belonging, that they are accepted, that they are perfectly capable of achieving outstanding things. And I've got to say, your leadership just spoke volumes. It really did. Through your teachers, through the students there, and just a congratulations to all the hard work that you do at Summit, because it's a very special place. So thank you for that. And Washington Grove Elementary, we met with families, educators, school leaders. It's a dual immersion program and a two-way immersion program. I'm going to correct myself. I want to speak properly. The little one was trying really hard to think of what the work was. And the teacher was, because she was trying to think of the word earthquake, is what she was trying, but she was trying to think of it in Spanish. So the teacher was doing everything she could up there to, to kind of, like, it was just the motions.
Recording in progress.
It was darling. And so, but the teacher never got into the English part of it. So I knew it was check with a friend, right? So she turned and the little friend leaned over and the little friend knew the word, supplied it, and the lesson just went right on in Spanish. I mean, it was just never missing a beat. So really exciting and lots of exciting things happening. And these visits are so fun because you really get a chance to see all the neat things that are happening in education around the state. And last but not least, I want to talk about our telework policy. Yes, we now have a telework policy. And it starts on May the 1st. We realized very quickly after digging in that we were the only agency in the state that did not have a telework policy. So we do now. We've held an all-staff meeting, a leadership meeting. We're getting everything, all of our ducks in a row about the accountability part of this, or making sure that the work goes on, but that people still have some flexibility where telework is concerned. So we're thrilled with that. So that concludes my update.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Are there any questions, comments from board members? Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to, again, thank you, Dr. Wright. We're going to move into our COMAR items. And let me see which one we're going to.
She is here? Okay, is Mary here? Oh, good. Oh, because I knew you tried to be in two places at one time. I know, I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead, come on up.
Yeah, it's from the.
Yeah.
3 o'clock. We'll move to the 3 o'clock
Yeah.
portion of our agenda. And again, caution the board members not to say anything. We're just working through our agenda. We have here,
This is Mary Gable, and Mary is the Assistant Superintendent over federal programs, and she also oversees a lot of our student support work. So, Mary, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Crawford, Dr. Michael, and Dr. Wright, members of the State Board. We have two regulations. We're going to take them one at a time. We have brought them to your subcommittee. The first is 13A0509, and this is Programs for Homeless Children, and we're bringing this forward for permission to publish. The purpose in the revisions and the amendments to this regulation are to align the regulation with the Every Student Succeeds Act. We have a very capable member of my team who works with McKinney-Vento, which is one of our grant programs related to Title I, works very closely with Title I, and in looking at the regulation noted that it had not been updated to align with the Every Student Succeeds Act. So there are certain things that are outlined in your transmittal. A couple of things I just want to highlight. The amendments include, one is to remove a statement of children awaiting foster care that used to be under homeless. That is no longer part of the law. So you'll see all that in red. Red means it's being edited out. Talking about the school of origin so that we have students who are in foster care who start out in a particular school that they can continue in that. Removing any barriers for children so that if they owe something, that does not mean, for example, a fine or a textbook, that they cannot be enrolled and get started. And then duties of the LEA, making sure that all of the information is provided in a manner that's understandable to parents, guardians, and unaccompanied youth. We were asked about that, and we did check, and in every place in the regulation, it does say that in a manner understandable, so it is consistent. We're reviewing the process to determine what's in the student's best interest, and then clarifying dispute. So with that, as you look at what is removed and what is added, it's all to align with the Every Student Succeeds Act, making sure we're meeting the needs of our homeless children. With that, I'm requesting that this particular 13A0509, requesting your permission to publish this regulation.
Ms. McCusker?
This regulation did come before the Education Policy Committee, and the committee does recommend that the board give permission to publish, and that was a unanimous vote of the committee.
Thank you. The floor is now open for questions of clarification on the COMAR item. Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for motion. We have a request from the State Superintendent for permission to publish amendments to COMAR 13A0509, Programs for Homeless Children. The floor is now open for motion.
So moved.
Dr. Millie McCarthy, seconded by Ms. McCusker. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstain? Motion passed. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. The second regulation I have is COMAR 13A030212, and this is also permission to publish. This has to do with graduation requirements for homeless students. Again, the purpose of this is to align the regulation with the statute, with the Every Student Succeeds Act, to make sure they're aligned. I just want to clarify a little bit about graduation requirements. The state has graduation requirements. Right now, we have 22 credits in English, math, social studies, science, etc. Add up 4 credits in English, 4 credits in math, and so on, and defined. Those are state requirements, required of all students. Secondly, an LEA may add on to those graduation requirements that are identified by the local school system. So they may add an extra credit, they may add another course. Some have a financial education, financial literacy credit requirement, others embed that. So it is maybe 2, 3, 4 additional credits that are locally required graduation credits that are required. What this regulation does is what all students are allowed who transfer into an LEA, if they come into the LEA in their senior year, this is all students, in their senior year, the LEA may waive the local graduation requirements. They cannot waive the state graduation requirements. That still remains true. What this regulation does is it aligns with what the statute is, and that is foster care students. The ability to waive the local graduation requirements applies to both juniors and seniors. This is for homeless, not foster care, sorry, homeless students who may have had multiple schools that they have attended. So in order to align that, you'll see on the second page, we included the whole section there, that the student in foster care or homeless who enters a local school system in their junior year may be granted waiver. Locally established graduation requirements still required the 22 state graduation requirements. And so this regulation amends this amendment amends this regulation for foster care to add junior year. Therefore, I bring to you 13A 030212 and ask for permission to publish.
Ms. McCusker?
This was brought before the Education Policy Committee. After a bit of discussion, we do recommend that the board allow permission to publish, although that was not a unanimous vote of the Policy Committee.
Okay, very good. The floor is now open for questions of clarification. Yes, Mr. Gear.
Oh, it's new. Hi. Didn't recognize that button. So what I'm getting ready to say, I don't want to create a substantive change. I'm just have a general question and curiosity, and I missed this when we reviewed it before. So I was looking in here as you were talking about Ms. Gable, in B to D, we use the phrase his or her senior year. I know this is not the section that we were editing, but just in general, the question in 3 at the local graduation requirements where we are editing it, we're changing his or her to their. And so it's inconsistent now in this language. I don't think that's a substantive change, but I'm also wondering if when we are doing these reviews, if we're making those changes, if we just look across the entire reg and make that change at the same time so we can just update as we bring these before the board.
Dr. Michael, please.
Just clarifying from Ms. Gable, you see where the other one is?
I haven't found it yet.
2CD.
Yeah. Oh, it's at CD? Okay. I thought it was B.
Is it B?
Sorry,
And
Deb.
is it in B?
They're saying 2C,
No, it's in
Oh, I'm sorry, B.
B2
B2.
D.
D, sorry.
Yeah. It's
Got it.
Top of the page.
exactly.
I've got it.
We're at, Mr. President, I think we're still at permission to publish, so substantive change or not, I don't think is a major concern. I think
I just didn't want to have to bring it back to the committee if we needed to do that or anything. So that's great.
Okay.
Perfect. That's
catch.
great.
Okay.
But I think I can make that change right now, so it's, we'll make that change. So when you vote, you can vote on this amended with B to D. With that adjustment. Thank you.
Okay. All righty. The floor is now open for a motion. The state superintendent is requesting permission to publish amendments to Comar 13A 030212, graduation requirement, public high schools in Maryland as amended. The floor is now open for a motion that Mr. Paul and seconded by Ms. McCusker. The floor is now open for a discussion on the motion. Seeing no discussion on the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, have it passed. Great, thank you very much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Do we want to do the Garrett County at the time? What do you?
Yeah, let's do the
Garrett County calendar request change? Ms. Dantzler, welcome. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning, President Crawford, Dr. Michael, Dr. Wright, members of the board. Today, we have one calendar modification for your approval. For the 2023-2024 school year, Garrett County Public Schools request a one-day waiver of the 180-day instructional requirement, ending the school year on Friday, June 7th, after 179 days instead of Monday, June 10th. Due to inclement weather, Garrett County Public Schools were closed on November 28th, January 10th, and January 16th. Garrett County Public Schools have 10 inclement weather days built into their 23-24 school calendar, with 4 days identified at the end, making Monday, June 10th, the last day of school. In considering applications for waivers, the State Board may waive the final day needed to complete the 180-day schedule if that day falls on a Monday. If granted, the one-day waiver will allow school to end on Friday, June 7th, 2024. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. The floor is now open for a questions of clarification on the request. Seeing no questions of clarification. The floor is now open for a motion. Garrett County Schools is requesting that the State Board approve the request to waive one day of the 180-day instructional requirement to the end of 2023-2024 school year on Friday, June the 7th, 2024, at 179 days consistent with Comar 13A 020104D as in David 2A. The floor is now open for a motion that would allow us to do that. Ms. McCusker, seconded by Dr. Johnson. The floor is now open for a discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? Abstention? Motion passed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think, are we still, do we have everyone for Blue Ribbon, or is it still? Okay. Well, what we'll do is we'll take a quick break. We'll take a 5-minute break and then come back. Great. Okay.
This is usually it's the week or two after things settle out.
Okay. We'll continue with our agenda. At this time, we're in the stakeholder engagement segment, and it's the opportunity now to recognize our blue ribbon schools, which is great. Want to welcome to the Blue Ribbon Schools to our state board meeting. We're so very proud of the 6 Maryland schools that received the National Blue Ribbon School Distinction in November of 2023. The Blue Ribbon schools were selected based on requirements and criteria set forth in the National Blue Ribbon Schools program. The initial selection of schools is handled by MSDE's Division of Assessment, Accountability, and Performance Reporting. The final selection is narrowed down to determine high-performing schools and schools that are closing the gap in reading, that's English, language arts, and math. A school may be nominated either on 2 performance criteria. One would be exemplary, high-performing school, and then the other is the exemplary achievement gap closing. So we're very, very excited at this time to have the schools come. We love these opportunities to be able to recognize the schools, but also for the citizens in the state of Maryland to just see some of the great work that takes place every day. And again, as we look at this, and the board is very acutely aware, is we're talking about children, we're talking about impacting young folks for a lifetime. If we can get it right while children are in school, we set them on a path for success, whether they choose to go right into a career or go to college. They're well prepared for life. So we're very excited and want to just also, as we look at this, we also recognize that these things just don't happen. You've got great leadership from the superintendent, you've got great leadership at the administrators in the school, and we have great teachers that make this happen. So it doesn't just magically happen. It's because people have put in a lot of hard work, passion, and dedication to make this happen, and we want to do this. So I'd like to now turn this over to Dr. Wright to introduce the schools. We'll have them introduced. We'll then do photo opportunities with each school. And again, want to just thank the schools, and I think in some instances we may even have some of the superintendents here as well. Okay, Dr. Wright.
So let's begin with Northeast Elementary School, located in Allegheny County. Northeast Elementary School is situated on the outskirts of Cumberland. It serves 266 students from diverse backgrounds, blending urban and rural settings. 68% of the student body stems from economically disadvantaged, and pre-pandemic, the achievement gap among subgroups exceeded 30%. However, through the implementation of a multi-tiered support system and adoption of school-wide reform tactics, the gradual release of responsibility, and universal design for learning, those gaps have diminished to subgroups, some being under 10%. So representing Northeast Elementary School today is Principal Daniel Clark. Do you want me to go through all of them, then we'll take pictures, or pictures as we go?
Pictures now, right? At the end?
At the end, okay. All right, the next school is Oakdale High School, located in Frederick County. Oakdale High School opened 13 years ago as a school of 600 freshmen and sophomore students, and over the past 13 years has grown into a comprehensive high school serving just under 1,700 9th through 12th graders. This year, 54% of Oakdale students are enrolled in at least one APE, CTE, or dual enrollment course. And according to the Maryland report card, Oakdale's four-year adjusted cohort rate is 99.4%. The school's motto is be respectful, bear responsibility, strive for excellence. It is also recognized as a Maryland Green School and a Maryland Center for School Safety Silver School. Representing Oakdale High today are Principal William Caulfield, Dr. Affy Mearshaw, Kelly Kirby, and Adam Kapora. Round of applause. Next, we have Stone Mill Elementary School in Montgomery County. Stone Mill Elementary is a comprehensive pre-K through 5 elementary school located in North Potomac. The students at Stone Mill are shining stars because we rely on relationships and communities to undergird our academic and social emotional work. Our school represents 558 students in a diverse school of 22 languages. Demographically, Stone Mill has 48% Asian students, 22% white students, 14% African American students, 10% Hispanic students, and 7% multiple ethnicity students. 20% of the population receives special education services. Excellence in all we do colors their daily experience, and relationships make our days remarkable. Representing Stone Mill Elementary today are Principal Kimberly Williams-Casio, David Adams, and Christoph Turks. The next school is Churchill Elementary from Queen Anne's County. Churchill Elementary is a proud school-wide Title I school. 48% of its 299 students meet the qualification of economically disadvantaged. They are a community of learners, including students, family, and staff, dedicated to creating an academically focused and equitable learning environment. The administration staff are committed to providing a challenge and supportive learning environment where all students can succeed and reach their full potential. Representing Churchill Elementary is Principal Susan Walbert and Superintendent Patricia Salins. And we have another Queen Anne's County school, Mattapique Elementary School. I bet that's the superintendent that was clapping behind me, yeah. Mattapique Elementary currently has a 5-star rating and is in the 95th percentile according to MSDE's report card from 2022. Prior to the pandemic, they had maintained a 4-star rating. Teachers at Mattapique Elementary, outstanding in their field, 76% of their teaching staff hold advanced professional certificates, and 2 of their teachers have a national board certification. They had 69.1% of their students meeting or exceeding in the language arts area, and 55 meeting or exceeding in mathematics. So, representing Mattapique Elementary is Principal Carrie Mitten, and once again, Superintendent Patricia Salins. And the last but not least school to be recognized is Smithsburg Middle School from Washington County. Smithsburg Middle School serves 535 6th through 8th grade students, providing engaging educational opportunities in general ed classrooms and a life skills inclusion classroom. In 22-23, the 4-star rating from MSDE also ranked them as 94 on the 94th percentile on the school's or the state's report card. In that same year, 67.3% of the students at the middle school met or exceeded expectations on the ELA, while 40% met or exceeded them in math. They are comprised of 48.1% students from economically disadvantaged homes. Representing Smithsburg Middle is Principal Matt Hoffman, Superintendent David Sovine, and teachers Melissa Farr and Tina Church Parker. So we have a sample of what the flag looks like that they will be flying. Daniel, you might want to get a picture of this. I'll show everybody. Here we go. here can see. It's all nice in a little package, but this is what it looks like. And then somebody's gonna have to iron it, obviously. Says the mother in me, yes. And how do you want to do the pictures?
Have the full state board come to the center.
Okay.
Have each group circle for.
Okay, so there you go. So Northeast Elementary School will be the first one with the board. Oh, I guess it's me too.
Our next school is Oakdale High School. Principal William Caulfield and his team. Our next school is Stone Mill Elementary School.
Okay, great, thank you. Grab my stuff.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's wait till they all go through.
Wait, they told us to come out. Yeah, they said come out.
All right. Churchill Elementary School. Churchill. Oh, you're going to do both? And Meadow-Peak, yes. And Smithburg Middle School.
I told Clarence he can give the board members a chance to say something if they want.
Okay.
Wanted to give the board members, I know that the school representatives have to get back to school, but I wanted to also give the board members an opportunity to provide any comments on the Blue Ribbon schools or anything of that nature. Anyone? Ms. McCusker?
I just wanted to shout out what a tremendous process it is for these schools that apply for Blue Ribbon status. It is not only a humongous labor-intensive application program, but it's not something that happens in isolation with an administrator. It's an entire school endeavor and takes an incredible culture to come through and see that to fruition and to win that. It does not happen in isolation. So kudos to every single one of those schools because they have been going through this process for quite some time with a great deal of focus and energy.
Very good. All righty. Oh, Dr. Johnson. Yes, please.
I just want to congratulate all of the school principals as well as those learning communities. It is extremely hard work to be identified as a Blue Ribbon school. So I just want to say congratulations to all of you for caring so much about the achievement of our students in the state of Maryland. I just can't tell you how proud I am to see that kind of achievement gap being closed for students who are struggling. Again, congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Paul?
I mentioned this a moment ago, but I grew up maybe a mile or two away from Stone Mill Elementary School. Got to give this special out of a brochure. I mean, and so to see schools that are serving young people from all backgrounds, nationalities, races, abilities, it's just an amazing thing. I used to catch the bus every morning from Stone Mill Elementary School, though I was a Wayside Dolphin, and play basketball when I was a high schooler at the basketball courts there. And I knew then there was something special about these courts, and now to see a Blue Ribbon basketball court, absolutely vindicated. So congratulations to all of them.
Excellent, excellent. Okay. Okay, well, again, thank the Blue Ribbon schools and really appreciate the hard work of the adults and we have to also include the parents. Parents are providing the right examples for children, so I want to thank everyone and recognize that. I think at this time we're going to go to recognize our arts education in Maryland. Are we all set for that? I'm going to, while they're coming, and I did not coordinate this, Ms. McCusker, you want to say anything about arts education? No, just
I don't ever talk about arts
No,
education.
you never do, never do. So silent on that topic.
I am really excited that we are welcoming arts education in Maryland schools here today to talk about the arts education landscape in the state of Maryland. They are incredible partners who work very hard with multiple stakeholder groups to try to bring the work to the attention of the public and to make sure that all of our children have robust programming in the arts and to help us troubleshoot in those places where we don't have that robust programming. So super excited to see them here today. I have been lucky enough to work with them on a panel discussion, and we'll be on another panel discussion talking about education policy and levers that drive that policy in June. So glad to see you guys here.
Great. So, want to again welcome Ms. McGrain and Mr. Dayton. So please, as you feel, whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you, President Crawford, Ms. McCusker, President Michael, and members of the board. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Rachel McGrain, and I'm the Executive Director at Arts Education in Maryland Schools, commonly known by our acronym as AIMS, and I'm joined by my colleague Peter Dayton, Director of Operations. First, I want to begin by congratulating Dr. Wright on being selected by the board to continue on as superintendent. We look forward to working with you in service of Maryland students. At last month's board meeting, Dr. Wright celebrated Arts in Our Schools Month and talked about the vibrant impact that arts education has on our students and entire school communities. She mentioned the critical role that the arts play in public education, and we at AIMS could not agree more. We envision a public education system in Maryland that supports, cultivates, nurtures, and uplifts all students' creativity through a robust arts education experience so they can thrive in a healthy society. The arts offer unique ways to learn, connect, and engage with the world around us. As Ms. McCusker emphasized in her remarks last month, learning through the arts does support students' brain development and academic achievement, and it feeds our souls and helps us find commonality and connection with one another. The arts unlock all different parts of the brain, and they can help us find a sense of belonging. The arts help children become the best versions of themselves while also preparing them for college and career. Because of this immense power and potential of the arts, AIMS is committed to ensuring that all students in the state of Maryland have access to high-quality arts education. We aspire to accomplish this by mobilizing power to communities through advocacy programs, professional and leadership programs, and resource building and sharing. We're grateful for this opportunity to share our work with you all today and offer some tools and resources to guide you in your support of arts education. To first give you a quick sense of who AIMS is, myself, Peter, and the other two members of our staff are Alyssa Gittins and Patrick O'Reilly, who help make everything you're about to hear about possible. We also have a wonderful board of directors, emeritus board members, and a large web of collaborators. This slide gives you just a little glimpse into the sprawling nature of our collaborative work. I know the text is very small, not intending for you to read every single word, just want to kind of give you a glimpse of some of the partnerships and work that we do together. So we are members of the Maryland Education Coalition and Blueprint Coalition, following and providing testimony where appropriate to the legislature and the AIB. We collaborate with MSDE on a number of projects that you'll hear about later, including the Arts Ed Data Project, Maryland Center for Creative Classrooms, and the Fine Arts Education Advisory Panel. We work directly with educators to collect their feedback and share resources, and we convene and collaborate with the 4 arts professional organizations, Maryland Music, Art, Dance, and Theater Educator Associations, on advocacy and professional development. Just like performing in an ensemble or putting on a production, our work ensuring all students have access to high-quality arts education is stronger together. We again are grateful to be here to engage with you all on this collective work towards improving arts education opportunities for students in our great state of Maryland. Over the course of the last year, there have been significant structural improvements at MSDE in response to advocacy by AIMS in collaboration with the 4 professional associations I just mentioned. This advocacy has taken the form of letters to the superintendent, State Board of Education, the governor, which have all been followed up by collaborative work with MSDE staff, including, but certainly not limited to, Dr. Collins, Susan Spinato, and Lizzie Devereaux. From last year to this year's Arts in Our Schools Month, we are happy to report the following. After about a 1.5 year vacancy in the Fine Arts Department at MSDE, the new Comprehensive Arts Education branch is now staffed with both a full-time director and coordinator and additional support from Teaching and Learning, who have been doing excellent work, including the convening of LEA arts leads from around the state. As Dr. Wright mentioned last month, some of this work includes mapping out arts pathways to align with the blueprint. There's a lot of ground to make up here because of the long vacancy in this department, but they are moving full speed ahead, and I hope that you all will be able to hear a bit more about some of this work directly from Lizzie Devereaux and her team in the coming months. The Fine Arts Education Advisory Panel, a COMAR-required body, was also re-impaneled after about a 1.5 year hiatus to advise the superintendent. This group is currently co-chaired by myself and Carl Stewart, who is the Supervisor of Visual and Performing Arts for Carroll County Public Schools, and represents all 5 arts disciplines of dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual art, and all geographic regions of the state. The scope of members' roles in the arts and education range from school-based educators and principals to LEA-wide fine arts supervisors to leaders in statewide community and professional organizations. And our student member is your very own Avisola. The panel sent out our first set of recommendations to Dr. Wright at the end of March, which focus on suggestions for supporting the increasing number of conditionally certified arts teachers in Maryland schools. We know she's working with staff at MSDE on a plan, and we look forward to her response and next steps. Another effort that has now been completed is the addition of an elementary theater education certification. Previously, this certification was only available at the secondary level, but now starting in July, it will extend down to the elementary level, thereby providing more opportunities for theater staffing in the younger grades. Finally, we are encouraged by the improved communication from MSDE leadership over the course of the last year, as all of these improvements have been taking shape. And we look forward to continued communication and collaboration with Dr. Wright and MSDE leadership. All of these structural improvements have strengthened the position of the arts within MSDE. However, there are still many issues and challenges to ensuring that all students have robust access to this critical component of their education. Before we dive into some more specifics, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Peter to share what COMAR and the Blueprint have to say about the arts.
Good morning, everyone. Again, thank you so much. As we get deeper into Blueprint implementation, it's important to remember that the arts are core curriculum, and this is not only enumerated in the federal Every Student Succeed Act, but is part of the Code of Maryland regulations. We share this information in all of our presentations that we do to advocates and families and at professional association conferences. According to COMAR, students in pre-K through 12 are required to have access to arts learning in all 5 arts disciplines that Rachel just enumerated: visual arts, dance, media arts, music, and theater. And this breaks down by grade level into pre-K to 5 having experiences in all of the 5 arts disciplines, and within grades 6 through 12, a choice of courses from 5 arts disciplines, and then a credit to graduate high school. One of the biggest challenges that we see on the advocacy front is that COMAR's fine arts regulations are not being adhered to across the state. At least 2 different deficits we believe contribute to this, and many more. A lack of awareness, I think, that this regulation even exists for the arts, but also a belief that the arts are comparatively unimportant when having to manage difficult decisions navigating an insufficient school budget. We know that administrators are making tough decisions, and so we understand that that is always a calculation they have to make, but we do believe the arts are maybe more important than they seem to end up on the budget line item. An expression of this administrative culture that devalues the arts that we see can be seen in terminology used around the state in various school systems to refer to the arts within school scheduling. Specials, resources, enrichments, all of these are terms that seem to suggest that the arts are a frivolous add-on to the core experience of learning, when in fact they are required and they are core to students' learning and human development. One of AIM's first points of advocacy after the Blueprint was passed into law was to advocate for the inclusion of language that links the priorities of the Blueprint with the existing COMAR regulations. We have been engaged and actively advocating for the arts since the inception of the Blueprint within the Kirwan Commission. And throughout that process, we understand that the intent of the Blueprint is not to cut programs, but rather to invest in more opportunities for students. But we are also aware, as implementation gets underway, that this intent is being subverted in some LEAs, and that the arts are being listed on multiple occasions as casualties to increased local costs. We know that a world-class education includes the arts. When there are big reforms like the Blueprint, there are always unintended consequences. And one way that we've worked to address the unintended consequences of the Blueprint was by advocating for specific language in the statewide comprehensive implementation plan that called out the arts. And this advocacy was successful. On the presentation, you can see the two of the areas where language that explicitly calls out the arts was inserted into the comprehensive implementation plan. And I think those are both in 3.1.1b. The Blueprint is not intended to alter the need for the arts and there's an explicit link between Blueprint funding and COMAR fulfillment that includes the arts.
So as you can, forgot to turn that on. So as you can see, there's great potential and possibility for the arts given our existing policies and structures, and knowing how critical the arts are to realizing the vision set forth by both the Blueprint and the State Board of Education for all students to have access to a world-class educational system. However, as Peter started to describe, there are significant challenges arising during implementation that we want to make sure that you are all aware of and offer our support and partnership to address. There's a significant emphasis throughout the Blueprint legislation and implementation work on standardized tested subjects. One unintended consequence of this is the misperception, as Peter described, that the arts are dispensable and therefore become subject to cuts through budgeting or scheduling. In reality, the arts support students' learning in those tested subjects, in addition to all of the other benefits that they provide. So a narrow interpretation of the Blueprint mandates is jeopardizing arts access in some schools and districts already. Similarly, the emphasis on college and career readiness by 10th grade is in some cases jeopardizing access to and continuity of learning in the arts. The work that Lizzie Devereaux is doing with LEA Arts Leads is helping to address this by creating new arts pathways, but the many requirements being placed on students are still making it more difficult in many cases to participate in sequential arts programs as part of their core education. I invite you to think back to the students at Crisfield High School from the video shown last month. They were able to create that sense of family and cultivate student leadership in part because those students were able to participate in band for multiple years in a row, regardless of their aspirations to become professional musicians or simply to become part of a group and something larger than themselves. Scheduling is so important to the continuity and quality of arts courses. We must be diligent to ensure that schedules are preserved amidst implementation of new opportunities provided by the Blueprint. And now here's another one, again, that Peter alluded to. We are seeing this in action right now during local budgeting processes, as LEAs are figuring out the very difficult process of how to meet budget goals that accomplish specific Blueprint mandates. Some are considering cuts to arts education unless it is specifically protected in local policies. This has also been reported on in the public, further putting the inaccurate idea that the arts are expendable into the public mindset. We've provided testimony and letters on the local level to inform and remind LEAs that the arts are required by COMAR, protected in the Blueprint, and critical for students' development and well-being. A positive example, in Baltimore City, the arts are explicitly laid out in school budget guidance, and for the last 2 years, over $2 million of concentration of poverty and ESSER funds were allocated specifically for the arts. This is a great example of how the Blueprint can work for, and not against, increased opportunities for a world-class education. We are also seeing new challenges to the higher education pipeline for teacher recruitment, especially because of new teacher preparation requirements. And we've begun to address this a little bit through our work with the Fine Arts Education Advisory Panel, but there's, again, much more work to be done to strengthen arts teacher recruitment and retention. And finally, one new issue that's emerging that we're starting to hear about is the consolidation of school and district-based leadership teams, which in some cases is taking away leadership opportunities for arts teachers and leaving them without a seat at the decision-making tables for things like scheduling and budgeting, which is so important for the arts. Maryland's educators bring a wealth of expertise and passion to making sure students have access to all the arts opportunities they deserve, so we need to make sure that they are positioned to advocate for the practices that will support these opportunities. We know that the arts support the Blueprint's transformative goals for students. And we also know that when school and district leaders are charged with explicit goals and specific subjects, like ELA and math, the arts can, and have already in some cases, started to be forgotten rather than incorporated into a well-rounded educational approach. AIM stands ready to continue our collaborative work to ensure that all children have access to a robust arts education as part of a world-class education. Many of these issues that we just shared that we're seeing related to the Blueprint are also echoed in feedback we've collected directly from educators. Peter will now share our processes and highlights for qualitative and quantitative data collection regarding arts education quality and access.
Ames has been convening arts educators since 2019 in order to learn about the challenges they face in the classroom from administration, about how Ames can better support their work, and about their stories of the transformative power of the arts on the students in their classrooms and in their communities. Using information from these meetings spanning approximately a year each, Ames has compiled that information, then published reports that highlight the commonalities being experienced across Maryland's arts educators. Some of the main highlights that we have seen from this most recent round are things that we have already alluded to in a number of earlier slides and statements, among them that the arts seem to be undervalued within their own school communities as both a valid area of learning and as a career pathway, that there are issues with arts educator recruitment and retention among, as we know, educator recruitment and retention more broadly. There are lots of concerns about the effects of the implementation of the blueprint on arts funding and access. Funding for arts programs has been a perennial issue. Adequate and designated facilities. I stressed facilities, but I should have stressed designated, because we've heard most recently a lot about rooms being taken away from teachers, even though they're designed for a specific kind of arts learning. They're being repurposed for non-arts learning. Compensation for arts educators, which we know is one of the areas being addressed in the blueprint more broadly for educators, and student behavioral issues and paraeducator support. We'll be releasing another report probably in this coming late fall from collection for this year, and our most recent report was released in November and I believe is one of your handouts. But this and our other reports are available through the Ames website. Another initiative that Ames has undertaken to better clarify the state of arts education in Maryland's schools is the Maryland Arts Education Data Project. This is a series of interactive data dashboards available on the Ames website, along with navigation resources that will help you all, advocates, administrators, and families around the state, keep tabs on enrollment and access trends. We are so grateful for the collaboration of MSDE in bringing this project to Maryland. Quadrant Research is the vendor which displays this data, but this is a direct collaboration with the State Department of Education, and we're incredibly grateful for the liaising of Dr. Collins, of Lizzie Devereaux, of Susan Spinato, and in the data office, Tracy Duzablon, without whom this would not have taken place at all. As we have prepared some of the educational and promotional materials about this data project, we've been in contact with a number of LEA arts leads. This has also provided important qualitative and historical context to the numbers-based data, and we look forward to continuing the conversations that we have begun and the meaningful questions that this data has allowed us to begin to dive into. The data dashboards give information on the state, county, and individual school level about student enrollment in and access to arts courses, arts staffing, course offerings, and student demographics in all of Maryland's public and traditional public and charter schools. This graphic illustrates the cycle for data collection, processing, and then publishing. This is an annual process, and based on the publishing to collection cycle, sort of an ongoing process. The dashboards currently show data starting in school year 2018 to 2019 and up through school year 21 to 22. School year 22-23 data will be transferred sometime in late summer or early fall. The data displayed on the dashboards comes from Maryland's longitudinal data sets. So this is coming from information that LEAs have reported to the state, which the state has then worked with LEAs to verify. This then goes to the vendor for another set of verification before finally being published. And we are continuing to have conversations with MSDE and with LEAs as questions arise about some of the data. Maryland, however, in the process of bringing this information public, has been leaps and bounds ahead of many other states who have discovered in the process of publishing data that there is a lot of work that they need to do to make their systems uniform. Maryland is in a very good place as far as the way LEAs and MSDE have harmonized to make consistent reporting. Some of the highlights just from the release of this data, the platform was published on April 2nd, so it's very new, but we have been working with the data for several months in preparing for this. Access to some form of arts education is essentially universal in Maryland's public schools, which is wonderful. And currently, more than 80% of students are enrolled in an arts course in any of the 5 disciplines. This is greater enrollment than numerous other states have in the arts and greater access. So congratulations, we're doing great. But there is room for improvement. All school districts offer music, visual arts, and theater, which are 3 out of the 5 COMAR required arts disciplines. However, only 2/3 of school districts offer media arts, and only 2/3 of school districts offer dance, which means that there are 8 school districts each that are not compliant with COMAR in meeting all 5 arts disciplines, making those available for their students. Within music, one of the questions we always get from music advocates is not about music access, but performance, and performance versus general music courses. We note that while about half of Maryland's public school students have access to a general music course, significantly fewer have access to opportunities for instrumental performance, and about half of that have opportunities for vocal performance. We want to emphasize again that we are available for follow-up. We would love to be able to share more data as well as more about the process by which we present this information and the verification process that we go through, some of the ways that we are trying to ensure that this data is accurate. And we want to emphasize again that the data points are encouraging, but if the aspiration enumerated in the blueprint is that Maryland has a world-class education, it won't be world-class if arts education access shrinks amid the transformations that are going to happen because of the blueprint. We hope and are happy to be active partners in ensuring that arts education access and enrollment only grows.
As we aspire towards this world-class education for Maryland students, Ames is also proud to sponsor the Maryland Center for Creative Classrooms, thanks to a Fine Arts Initiative grant from MSDE. This program allows us to provide innovative professional learning that's responsive to the needs of educators across the state. This year, that includes a Media Arts Masterclass, which is currently wrapping up and is guiding teachers to use AI tools to stimulate rather than obfuscate students' creativity. As you all have discussed before, AI is here to stay, and this program has allowed participating teachers to be on the cutting edge of using AI to support art. There are a number of other course offerings, just wanted to highlight that one in particular. Finally, as Ms. McCusker mentioned at the beginning, we invite you to the Maryland Arts Summit in June, which is a 2-day convening of Maryland's arts sector. Ames is curating an arts education advocacy track, which Ms. McCusker will be joining us for as a panel speaker. And the conference as a whole is a great opportunity to engage with the incredible artists in our state and learn more about the many professional arts pathways that students can pursue when provided with a robust arts education. In closing, I want to thank you all again for your time, for your service, and for your dedication to Maryland students. Ames is grateful for this opportunity to share our work with you, and we are happy to answer any questions and stay in communication as we all work to ensure that every student in the state of Maryland has access to a rigorous and world-class educational experience. I'll close very briefly with a quote from Rain Dietrichs, National Art Education Association's National Rising Star, whose artwork is outside, from an interview on the podcast Art Scene, hosted by Queen Anne's County Supervisor of Visual and Performing Arts, Michael Bell. Rain said, "I don't want to limit myself. I want to create the stories that I want to tell, and I'm so lucky to have an art teacher who lets me do that." Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Excellent. Really, really appreciate this, and your presentation and following last month with the video. I've had several people approach me about the video. Thank you so much for keeping arts education front and center as we go forward, and again, to underscore the importance of arts education in developing the whole child. I want to open the floor up for comments or questions from the board. Dr. Getty and then Dr. Michael.
Hello. I think when you describe the state of dance instruction across Maryland, 16 out of 24 school districts is almost 70%. But I think if you did it on a per school basis, that percent would go way down. So if a school system offers dance in one high school, that's not the same as every high school, every middle school, every elementary school. So that's my first comment, just asking you, is my perception correct?
Yes.
Okay, so my,
May,
go ahead.
m-
Yes.
May we follow up further? Because that is exactly the kind of data nuance the nuance point that we, in some of our educational and promotional materials about the data project have attempted to elucidate that a single data point usually isn't going to tell you absolutely, give you a comprehensive picture. And in fact, one of our examples was about, I believe, Washington County, and showing how there is fairly robust access from a percentage of the student population standpoint, but that's concentrated at essentially half of that number is concentrated at a single arts magnet school.
Right.
And so we have that as an example of how you need to dig deeper, and usually one data point will give an insufficient picture. For me, as one of the people who prepared and researched a lot of the data points for our promotional materials, I always found that data points rarely answered questions, but instead clarified the question for further investigation.
Okay. My comment is, as an internship coordinator at the end of my career, I was successful in getting art internships, music internships, but was always denied dance internships based on the fact that the prerequisite classes weren't in the high school, therefore the student didn't qualify, although they were engaged in the community dance studio. So it was a denied opportunity. Okay, so my question to you is, what are the barriers to dance being more prominent in our school systems?
To very, very broadly answer the question, my answer would be scheduling and budgeting. And that comes down to, depending on the district, that's a school decision. That can also be influenced, by district guidance. So, for example, in Baltimore City, we're members of the Baltimore Arts Education Initiative, so we're especially tuned into what's going on there. There's been an increase in access to arts education, and in particular music and visual art, over the last 5 years, and that has been because of explicit budget guidance that advocates pushed for the city to adopt. So the city adopts the budget guidance, sends it out to the principals, and then they are able to figure it out and make it work in order to provide more openings for arts staffing to increase. So there's a lot of factors, but I would say very big picture, budgeting and scheduling are the two big ones.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also I just want to say thank you for bringing up the community arts piece, because the data project specifically really focuses on those courses, and you just gave a great example of why we do need courses in addition to the great and robust community arts programs that are out there across the state.
I'll just add from, I believe this is Washington County again, one of the tactics we have seen administrators use is to preserve dance, is to make it a prerequisite as part of other activities that maybe are more culturally valued, like sports. So if you want to do marching band, you need to take a prerequisite dance course in order to have the a certain coordination for a marching band experience. So there are also maybe ways to integrate the prerequisite of dance such that it becomes more incentivized within the current culture around, the current cultural values.
Very good. Dr. Michael?
Two quick comments and then a question. The first, we talk about this in math a lot. It's just not cute for us to talk about not being strong math students. We would never say, I'm not a good reader. We far too often have people that say, well, I'm not good at math. And I would encourage us to similarly lean into the arts. Too often, thankfully, nobody's done it today, but we too often say, oh, I can't sing, I can't draw, I can't do this. And I encourage all of us to model and lead, and I'll do it. I lean into vocal music. I sing in church. I was a singer all the way through in school, and I challenge us, when we talk about our culture, this is a core part of our curriculum, to lean in and to speak, not, there are jokes and they're fun, but those of us that have had the opportunity to truly have a well-rounded education to lean into it and speak that into what we value in the core work of schools. The second thing, and this is something, colleagues, that I'm thinking a lot about as we're implementing the blueprint, the arts is indeed part of the core work of public education. We saw it in Comar. As it is our role to understand the interplay between the general allocation per student and how that's playing out on the ground. And so I challenge each of us to really attend to what does this look like when we have the balance of the funding coming through the blueprint, to understand that the allocations are there so that local districts, in a way, so that local districts can ensure that students truly have that well-rounded education. Jim Collins famously said, let us not be constrained by the tyranny of or, but deliver with the genius of and. And I would say it's such a critical piece. There are pieces that locals will be able to make decisions upon. We're seeing some of that as we're making strong budget decisions. Arts cannot be one of those. It is a core part of our work. So just want to challenge us. The interplay for us is to figure out the frameworks that we're giving locals and how that plays out, and critical that we're really leaning into our regulations and to ensure that there's feasibility there. The last, I just ask our guests, thank you, Ms. McGrain and Mr. Dayton, for joining us. Might you speak a little bit more to the promise in terms of teacher pipelines? Any thoughts and guidance that you have for us as you're seeing the interplay between teacher pipelines and how we might be able to continue to support that?
Something that we are seeing is an increasing number of conditionally certified arts teachers. So we have, Maryland is one of the best states for artists. We have per capita, I think, possibly the highest amount of money going into the art sector as a whole. And so we have a really robust community for artists, and there are a lot of artists out there who are interested in teaching, but the pathway to go from being an artist to becoming a teacher can be challenging. Something that we've heard in particular is folks not being quite sure how to navigate the systems. There's different requirements, regulations from the state, and then once you get into the LEAs. And so we are doing a little bit of work on our own to try and help kind of consolidate that and be able to help better direct prospective conditionally certified arts teachers. But I would say that is a big window of opportunity to better support folks coming in from those alternate pipelines. And then there are also a lot of challenges coming in from the traditional pipeline through higher ed colleges and universities, especially with some of the new requirements from the blueprint. We've heard from folks in our arts higher ed circles that, for example, the number of days required for an internship is making it increasingly difficult for students to be able to complete that and then come into becoming an arts teacher, especially if they are focusing on their arts discipline in addition to all of their teacher preparation. It can in some cases extend, so they might need to go to college for 5 years rather than 4, then that becomes a financial burden, and there's kind of like a snowball effect there. So I would say on the traditional pipeline, that's kind of the big issue, and then needing more support for conditionally certified teachers, which again, we are working on that with the Fine Arts Education Advisory Panel.
And one more word on the higher ed front. Currently, I don't believe any Maryland universities offer a theater education certification program. So there are fairly few that offer dance education certification. That maybe goes back to your question as well, Dr. Getty, where there is both a lack of funds for dance educators, but also a lack of homegrown dance educators based on the opportunities for in-state education. So there just need to be more opportunities to become an arts educator within the state higher ed system.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Good.
That's Ms. McCusker.
Just to piggyback on that from the higher ed perspective, the pipeline for teaching, not only can it be 5 years because you have your your core coursework in education that you're taking, and you have to take all of your discipline's core coursework. A lot of the coursework that is required in the discipline is not given as many credits. So if you take University Chorale, which you are required to take as an education major. So you take University Chorale, it's 3 days a week, just like a regular course. You have to learn your music, you have to go to the performances, but you only get 1 credit. So a lot of times people who are trying to get their or trying to graduate with a music education degree are having to take 6 or 7 courses per semester simply to have a high enough credit course load to be full-time. And it's still taking 5 years unless you're doing wintermester and summermester and all of that. Plus the added, you're not only taking your core education praxis testing, but you have to take your music praxis testing. You have to pass all of the testing on your individual instruments, piano proficiency. So there are a lot of hurdles that are there in the arts education because it is really kind of dual disciplined, because you're not only learning to be an educator, you have to also be an expert in your craft and in whatever your art form is. So that when young people look at that, that's a lot, and they're not sure that they want to be a year or so behind the rest of their colleagues and have double the amount of testing to take care of at the end of the day.
Ms. Ayala?
All right, thank you for the report. One of the issues that educators brought up that stuck out to me was the lack of adequate designated facilities. When I was in elementary school, it's the oldest elementary school in my county, we didn't have a music room. It was like this old storage closet that we used for our orchestra program. And I went to the newest middle school in my county, and even our orchestra room, the technical orchestra room, wasn't large enough to fit our orchestra. We had to use the band room because the architects, I don't know how large they thought a school orchestra was. But I think one of the things we can work on is providing a little more guidance to the LEAs on when they're building new schools. What does that look like for the arts education programs that are going to take place? Like when in Howard County, when we were looking at building our newest high school, like one of the things that came up, we looked at the spacing for like our BSAP liaisons and our Hispanic Achievement liaisons. It was too small, and a lot of things go underlooked like that, including our orchestra rooms and our band rooms. So I think, I looked it up, and the last time the State Department of Education gave any guidance around like fine arts when it comes to building schools was in 2001, which was before I was born. So I think if we are able to, I think if we can, provide some more guidance around what a classroom should look like, what an orchestra room should look like, what a band room should look like, what an arts classroom should look like, I think that would be some valuable guidance for our LEAs.
Thank you so much for bringing that up. And I want to add to that also, in addition to guidance, having representatives involved in that process. So for example, with the new high school in Howard County, I'm pretty sure Terry Eberhardt, who's a supervisor of fine arts in Howard County, was involved in the process there to make sure that the facilities were adequately designed for the arts. So that, yes, thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Johnson.
I suggest that we have a discussion with MHAC around the conditional teacher preparation program. It is, just working with some of the conditional teachers, it's a turnoff for them when they find out that they have another 5 years that they have to commit themselves to, and the financial burden is so that as soon as their conditional certificates lapse, they're out of the classroom. So I really think we need to talk with MHAC in terms of colleges and universities and their preparation programs.
Very good. Excellent. Excellent. Ms. McCusker.
I'm going to bring up one more thing. When you, in your slides, my computer just turned off, so I don't know which the number is anymore, but in one of your slides it was about some of the barriers, and one of them said the standardized testing, and that, what gets tested gets everybody's attention. I don't want us to go down the road of thinking that the way to solve that is to start putting standardized testing in place for fine arts classes.
Thank you.
That is a non-starter, and I will fight anyone tooth and nail on that one. I'm not big on testing anyway, but you start putting that into the fine arts, and then I think you take away the entire essence of it. So yeah, there it is. Overemphasis on testing standardized subjects, and there are locals who are doing it. And it blows my mind to think that you are doing standardized testing on elementary school music in places because they think it legitimizes it and makes it a core subject because it's being tested. That is not what makes a course legitimate. So let's not fall into that trap, please.
Thank you for that. And I just want to also emphasize the point that with the emphasis on standardized testing subjects, the arts support all of that learning. And I think, again, that's where we can fall into a trap of having this narrow focus on, okay, I need to get my ELA test scores, so I need to only focus on ELA, versus if students have access to that well-rounded education, robust arts access, that's ultimately going to benefit ELA as well.
To go back to, I keep going back to Washington County. My conversation with the LEA lead out there was so wonderful. But the reason there is an arts magnet school out there is because a superintendent of Washington County about a decade ago, or maybe even more, decided that the arts were far less important than more time for math and English, and essentially nuked their arts course time. And then a subsequent superintendent created an arts magnet school to begin to rebuild some form of arts infrastructure within that county. So this is something that we have already seen happen before, and we would suggest that the arts maybe point a path forward for different learning modalities that speak more to individual students that maybe standardized tested subjects should consider.
Excellent briefing. Great questions. Again, thank you so much, and come back again, give us an update, and make sure that we keep arts as part of, we keep our eye on arts in terms of making sure that it is something that we value and support. So help us to remember, help us to stay focused.
Let's get up to speed on code.
Big what?
It's the law. It's in Comar. Let's get in compliance.
Absolutely. But I think from what I hear, though, that's not always well understood. Okay. All righty. Thank you much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We're
very
so
much.
grateful.
Dr. Wright, do you want to take the high-quality instructional material?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Very proud of the work that we're doing around high-quality instructional materials, and you will probably hear the acronym HQIM frequently. But we have been participating at the national level on this. The Council of Chief State School Officers has convened a number of states to focus on high-quality instructional materials. So very proud of our work. And so at the table, you will see Dr. Collins, who is obviously leading this work, Mr. Phil Lesser, who is leading this work through the blueprint, and certainly last but not least is one of our consultants, Ms. Amarina Hussein, who has also been helping us along the way. So they're going to kind of walk you about where we are and where we're headed. Dr. Collins.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Crawford and members of the board. We are super excited to come back again. We had a great conversation at the policy committee, so thank you very much. And we just want to say thank you to all of our local education agencies who we've been bothering over the past year for input and feedback. But it's been truly helpful. We're going to continue to bother you because we need to this is for you, and we want to be very clear that as we move forward with the high-quality instructional materials work, it is not to add more to the plates of our local school systems. It's to support them in the work, to ensure that they have high-quality instructional materials. So you can go to the next slide, Phil. So we're just going to talk to you about the landscape and background, some of the research behind HQIM and the theory of action that Maryland has adopted. We'll talk about, today we're going to focus on the frameworks that we want the board to approve and adopt. And then at the end, there'll be time for you to ask any questions you may have, okay? So we're coming to the board today to request that the board allow us to adopt the high-quality instruction materials selection frameworks. Many of you may know that the blueprint requires that the Maryland State Department of Education establish a system for high-quality instruction materials, and that we support the district in adopting but also implementing HQIM. And one of the areas where we know we're going to lean in very heavily is in the implementation support. We've received lots of good feedback from our LEAs that after they adopt, implementation with Fidelity is something that they really need support in, so we plan to lean in heavily there. The other thing that the selection frameworks do is they provide the conceptual framework and definition of rubrics that we'll be using to review and approve curriculums. And again, MSD has done extensive engagement, but we're not done yet. We have a lot more engagement that we will continue to do to make sure we have voices beyond just our school systems, our parents, our students, and our communities. So we'll show you some of the engagement that we've done, but I want to be clear, we are not finished. That is something that will be ongoing throughout this process. So with that said, I will turn it over to Phil.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Collins. And so before we really jump into our discussion on HQIM, high quality instructional materials, I want to start with the quote that's on the left of the slide here, that we just don't know enough about teacher and student access to high quality materials. And that right there really is one of the main reasons why we've embarked on into this project to identify, select, and help adopt and implement our high-quality instructional materials. And continuing on the quote, nationwide curriculum selection remains something of a black box, leaving key stakeholders with insufficient information. So with that in mind, going forward, at the beginning of our work on this, MSDE conducted a survey of all of our Maryland LEAs, all of our districts, about what are those adopted curriculum materials being used. The survey went out in January 2023 and asked about math and ELA materials, and which in those math and ELA, English Language Arts, has been the main initial focus of the high quality instructional material conversation nationwide. But as we move forward and with the rest of our HQIM process and system, we will be focusing on all four of our main content academic subject areas: math, ELA, science, and social studies. And so with that in mind, we want to share a little bit about, while math and ELA has been the focus of the national HQIM conversation, where is science and social studies in that conversation as well? So Ed Reports, which is the national organization which rates materials, determines which materials are high quality and standards aligned, and is that national standard. Ed Reports does conduct reviews on science materials and rates them against their alignment to the next generation science standards, which Maryland uses as well. And so those reviews will be very useful for Maryland as we embark into science materials. However, on the social studies front, the national conversation is still very new. There really are no rating systems that rate up to the rigor of what Maryland's standards and grade level frameworks will have that we will talk about today. So on the social studies front, Maryland really is helping to lead the nation with the rigor of HQIM evaluations and standards alignment. So moving forward to zooming in from the national conversation to why high quality materials in Maryland right now, we really are at a perfect place. As Dr. Collins was talking about, that there are three main things coming together of why this is the right time for Maryland to jump into HQIM. The first one is that the blueprint does require that we significantly invest in the high quality curriculum and aligned instruction. One of the core backbones of the blueprint all comes down to strong instruction, strong curriculum, and that is the goal, the mechanism to reach all of the other blueprint outcomes. The State Board and MSDE adopted their strategic plan, which includes the charge for the department to adopt and develop an HQIM system. And as we will talk about in a minute as well, stakeholders across the state, across all different areas, have really emphasized that HQIM must be a priority. They have said that we are willing and eager to work towards this goal of having high-quality instructional materials in all classrooms. And again, before we move on, I want to say that, again, why HQIM in general is that those high-quality materials really are one of the main three elements of the instructional core, along with students and teachers. And the research conversation has definitively proven that high-quality curriculum materials do have a positive effect on student achievement. So the effect and, priority of this cannot be understated, that, this must be a priority for Maryland schools going forward. Next slide. Thanks. And so, as I mentioned real quick before, as we started to develop our frameworks and other structures that we're going to continue to talk about, one of the first steps was to determine what is our baseline, where is Maryland right now in terms of what are those curriculum instruction materials being used in the classroom. So we took a survey of all districts and asked what materials are they using. And then we looked at how those materials are rated based on Ed Reports. Ed Reports, again, is that national standard for which materials are standards aligned, which materials are high quality. And what we found is that Maryland really is leading the nation with which curriculums are adopted. Our big takeaways are that 54% of Maryland LEAs are using those green materials. That's the highest rating on Ed Reports. Green rated materials for elementary ELA classrooms, and 96%, which really is our shining star right there, 96% of LEAs are using those green rated materials for elementary math classrooms as well. So we were very proud of that as we continue the conversation on a national level, that we do have already 96% of our LEAs using green rated materials in our elementary math classrooms. And so some of the other highlights from our national research and our national conversations through our network of other states that are also working on HQIM system development are these three main ideas related to the foundational elements of what our HQIM system will be. And so one of the big ones is that HQIM rating systems must be teacher-led and must be, with our Maryland system, must be Maryland teacher-led. And so that is one of the core elements of how we will be moving forward, that Maryland teachers, communities, and systems will be a core part of our identification, our selection, adoption, and implementation of HQIM. One of the next big items is that nationally we have identified some best practices, that standards alignment for the materials is a core baseline that all high-quality materials must adhere to. Standards alignment and grade level instructional concepts are the integral core. And so that is a established best practice that we will be also building into our Maryland system. And finally, one of the some of the areas where we're learning from others and prioritizing our really our innovation within Maryland and building out our HQIM system involves these key criteria here at the bottom: the usability, knowledge building, supporting multilingual learners, as well as universal design for learning. And so those are areas where we are helping to lead the conversation nationally and trying to support others with their rating systems as well. Moving on to the core structure of our HQIM selection, identification, and selection process, we have found that there are three main structure options that are being used nationwide. The first one is that HQIM be identified for use in classrooms are be identified directly through the reviews conducted by Ed Reports. Basically, if Ed Reports say this is a green rated material, this gets our highest mark, those are materials we want to see in classrooms in those states. The next one in the red box is that some states are using Ed Reports as the baseline and saying, so we are considering only green rated materials on Ed Reports, but also we have some specific state context that we are looking at, and we want some state-specific reviews to supplement the Ed Reports ratings. And the last option here is that some states built out their fully customized state review system where the different state education agencies are leading these review systems with educators from their state or other national experts, and saying that they are looking at that standards alignment, grade level, rigor, and all of that other state context through their fully customized review system. Our approach within Maryland is that we will be zeroing in on that middle red box right there, that Maryland is going to be using Ed Reports reviews as a required baseline for any commercially produced materials, that getting that green rating, or we'll figure out the exact what that baseline is, but we must have Ed Reports review and score highly those materials. And then on top of that, Maryland teacher teams will conduct reviews of those materials to make sure that they specifically meet Maryland's rigorous standards, what Maryland educators want to see in those courses as well. So that is the approach that we'll be using going forward. And our last set of lessons learned here, really digging into the criteria and instructional elements of the identification selection frameworks themselves. Our big lesson all comes down to that standards alignment is not enough. Standards alignment is absolutely crucially important, needs to be the baseline for all high quality materials, but that cannot be the end of the conversation. In addition to standards alignment, we need to make sure that the instructional materials that are going into classrooms build student knowledge, culturally affirm students, linguistically affirm students, empower educators with user-friendly materials, and finally focus on supporting all of our learners by prioritizing universal design for learning. And as you'll see in a minute, these are the structural elements that are the backbone of our identification selection frameworks going forward. And with that, with those lessons in mind, I will now turn over to Marina Hussein to discuss our theory of action.
Thanks, Phil. Thank you for having me, and I'm very excited to share all the good work. Phil's done a great job setting context, and now we'll dig into what we're actually doing about all the things we found. So what you have in front of you is our state's HQIM theory of action, which is how are we approaching this problem of, or this challenge of ensuring that we achieve the potential, the true potential of the instructional core. First, if we as a state signal the quality of instruction materials to the field, and we help our districts adopt those high quality materials, and then we help them actually implement those materials and implement them well, with fidelity, with integrity. And then last but not the least, we all are very familiar with the challenge of more and more teachers entering the classroom that are struggling with identifying materials and picking the best materials and then trying to teach them in classrooms. Really, we want to get as far away from that as possible and not put that burden on incoming educators. So how do we work closely with prep programs to ensure that their work in teacher preparation is getting them ready for this challenge? So if we do all four of those things, then we will have a statewide ecosystem that ensures that all students are engaged in rigorous content, and we are realizing the potential of HQIM in the classrooms. So that's our big picture theory of action. There's a couple of other things in there, which is the absolute necessity to communicate transparently and cultivate stakeholder credibility as we do this work. And last but not the least, building a performance management system and ensuring that we are collecting data, we're reflecting on that data, and thinking about the holistic picture as we do this work. So that's our big picture theory of action. And today, the vast majority of our conversation is going to be around priority one, signaling the quality, helping our state really focus on the adoption of materials. So with that in mind, we know that the framework, the blueprint charges us with establishing a system to identify high quality materials. And in order to do that, we as a state must establish a framework to identify materials. And that framework really must center our students and honor the advances that our districts have already made. So as you saw in the data slides that Phil shared, Maryland districts have really led the charge on their own. The state is only now coming in to signal quality, but our districts have led the nation in adoption, both on ELA and on mathematics. So really, how do we honor that work and say anything that we as a state coming in at this point will be a value add to the already very, very savvy consumers of HQIM that we have in our districts. So in all of our conversations with national experts as well as with LEAs, we realized that where the state can add most value is to focus on areas where HQIM as a vertical still needs to grow. And so we're really focusing on ensuring that materials are building student knowledge. And in a way that is both language and culture affirming. So we will maintain all the good things that have that exist in the vertical right now, which is standards alignment, content and instructional concepts, supports for educators. Those ideas and concepts are well embedded in state level HQIM systems as well as ed reports that we've done a really good job as a unit to advance on that. But building knowledge, affirming language, culture, and UDL are all new concepts that still need to be built in, and that's what we're focusing on as a state. And before we advance further, this question keeps coming up. So just in terms of roles and responsibilities and processes, our goal as an agency is really to ensure that we do the heavy lifting of building a signaling system. So all the work that you're about to hear from us is going to be done here at the agency. We are not going to burden our districts with identification of materials. So MSD will develop the signaling framework. We will develop rubrics that are aligned to the signaling framework, and we will run a process with Maryland educators to review the materials, and then we will publish those reports on a state website so that then we are providing our districts with a menu of options that they can select from when it comes to materials. And then from there on, we will provide both adoption and implementation supports to LEAs. So the heavy lifting is done here at the agency, and resources and support is provided to districts as they do the very, very hard and important work of implementing those materials in classrooms. Moving on from there, so we are, as Dr. Collins mentioned, asking the board to adopt the framework today. So really digging in now into what is the framework. So the framework is a foundational document. Really, the purpose of the framework is definitional, and it outlines the key elements that must be present in curricular products to qualify it as high-quality materials. And it's truly the definitional underpinnings of core materials, and it includes standards alignment, building knowledge, supporting multilingual learners, universal design for learning, usability and educator support, and last but not the least, building educators' pedagogical content knowledge. The framework, as we said, it serves a definitional purpose. So all the evaluation rubrics that we will build for ELA, for math, for science, and for social studies will be grounded in this framework. We will train all rubric developers as well as reviewers of materials on the framework. And the framework is also a communication tool with the general public, with all stakeholders, and with the publishing industry. So it will be posted on our site so folks are able to see it and truly understand what it means to what it requires to qualify as HQIM in the state. Who developed the framework? So we have an HQIM small but mighty core team here at the agency, and we are working pretty closely with all of our core content area directors for ELA, Math, Science, and Social Studies. We brought on student achievement partners. They've been partners with Ed Reports in the original drafting of the Ed Reports rubric way back when. And they have not only helped us write the ELA and mathematics frameworks, but they've also helped us architect a core framework that is that has common elements and themes across the 4 content areas. For science, our science director, Zach Carey, is a co-author along with Anisha Badrinaran, who's one of the original writers of the NGSS. She's at the Learning Policy Institute now. And Peter Ramsey, our social studies director, is the core author of the social studies framework. And we had to bring social studies in-house because we are trying to write a best-in-class framework that is grounded in Maryland's own social studies standards, which, as Phil mentioned, are leading in the nation. So we wanted to ensure that rigor was maintained. We also have advisories. So we have a national expert advisory, very similar to how accountability systems have technical advisory committees. On the HQIM side, we've built a advisory of national experts. And we have both content area experts, so ELA, Math, Science, and Social Studies. We have a UDL advisor, as well as an advisor who supports us on ensuring that we are building a system that's supportive of multilingual learners. So that's on the agency side, and we have an LEA advisory. We have been going in front of assistant state superintendents. We've had 3 meetings now with assistant state superintendents from each district that we've been engaging with. A little bit about the framework itself. There is a shared foundational architecture across the 4 content areas. So when you go from one subject to a different one, you do have a coherent experience in reading and understanding, internalizing the framework. There are 4 key design principles that the framework is grounded in. We want our framework to have a design that we want curriculum to have a design that affirms all students. So you will see that this common theme of culturally responsive and language affirming instruction in all 4 frameworks. We will also have a grade level and standards aligned section. This is a highly differentiated section where you will see content area differences. So for example, in mathematics, you will see a focus on concept and procedure and grade level fluencies when it comes to mathematical concepts, and a focus on practice. In science, you will see a focus on phenomena. You will see a focus on sense making and those core NGSS concepts around 3-dimensional learning. And then in social studies, you'll start seeing a focus on contending with sources, on inquiry, and so on. Instructional design, we come back to some shared concepts such as student agency and ensuring that we are monitoring progress and supporting students. And in educator support, some common themes that you will see is around educator knowledge and usability of materials. So really the idea is 4 frameworks, but they're built the same way, so they feel the same to both teachers, reviewers, rubric writers across the spectrum. Here's a quick sampling. I won't read all of this, but here's kind of like if you are an ELA reviewer, what are you going to see in the design element, what you will see in the key criteria, and what would you actually look for when you're reviewing material? If you're a science reviewer, what would you look for when you're starting to look at educator supports, and so on. So it's a quick sampling here. We, as I've mentioned before, really value stakeholder input. We cannot build this framework and expect adoption to happen and then implementation to happen classroom to classroom without building a lot of credibility and buy-in with teachers, school leaders, instructional coaches across the spectrum. This is the work on HQIM is the closest we will ever get to classroom level teaching and learning. As such, building that buy-in early is very important to us. So we've held HQIM overview sessions with every single district. We've had in-person meetings with district CAOs and content teams. The HQIM core team, gate crashes the content collaborative meetings that our content directors hold with subject area leadership at districts as well. And then last summer, we did a big, in October, we did a big in-person meeting, and we followed it up by sending a survey as well as the framework documents that are in front of you to every district. And we said, please give us feedback as deep as you can into your organization. So we got feedback not just from CAOs and directors of professional learning. We said, please send it to your social studies coordinator, to your ed specialist, to your instructional coaches, and your ILT leaders. We wanted feedback from every level of the organization that touches teaching and learning when it comes to materials, and we got deep feedback from them. We took all of it, we wrote a report, and we sent it right back to our writers, our framework writers, and they incorporated all of that feedback into the final product that you're seeing today. I'm not going to read again the type of feedback we receive. It is in the slide in front of you, but all of this feedback that you are seeing on the slide, we contemplated the feedback, and it's the big themes from it are present in the frameworks that we're asking you to adopt today. In terms of next steps, we are at framework finalization, which is the first milestone on this slide. After this, we are going to start doing an ELA rubric pilot, and we are going to draft the review process. Truly, like what are the steps and stages in reviewing HQIM in the state. From there, we will recruit and train reviewers of instruction materials, and we will kick off pilot reviews for English language arts materials. While the ELA reviews are being conducted, the pilot ELA reviews, we will start developing rubrics for math, science, and social studies. And we will establish a full pipeline for what materials need to be reviewed. That pipeline is going to be established in collaboration with LEAs. So really, we are looking to have conversations with school districts to say, are you looking to adopt materials? If you are, what is the short list? And please give us that short list, because we don't want you to do double work. We will review the materials that are in your pipeline or in your short list so that you know where the state stands in its rating as soon as possible. In spring of next year, we want to get to a place where we can launch the full review pipeline, and multiple review teams are working side by side to review content area materials as we go. A quick note on rubrics and reviews. The ELA rubric is only being developed first, not because ELA is more special than other content areas, although our superintendent might say, no, ELA is more special. But it's a pilot, and it is a pilot because we want to work through the rubric structure. What are the key indicators that are primary? What are secondary? We want to work through the scoring process, and so that's kind of the reason ELA is being staged as a pilot. And then after we establish the structure and the scoring criteria, we will develop in parallel all 3 remaining content area rubrics. And we hope to have all 4 content area rubrics completed by the end of this year. And then we'll start pilot set of ELA reviews. We will user test the rubrics and the review process. We want to make sure that there's a very high degree of calibration across reviewers. And once that is tested, then we will launch reviews for the other 3 other content areas. We are drafting a report prototype right now, and we want to get that completed towards the end of this fall as well, so that we're ready for the next step. And we are, of course, developing a website where all of this information will be shared with the public. Last but not the least, ratings and reports will be published on an ongoing basis. So we're not going to wait to have a critical mass or a particular set completed. We will, as we complete reviews, we will publish reports, and that's just the way we want to provide timely information to districts, publishers. If they want to come back and appeal our reviews and whatnot, we just want to be as quick and agile in the process as possible. And as Dr. Collins mentioned, we have been conducting focus groups with not just LEAs, but with educators, parents, community members, as well as students. And our stakeholder engagement will be ongoing because signaling, as you all saw, is only the first slice. There's 3 other big pieces we need to cover. And we need LEA feedback as well as stakeholder feedback as we go through the adoption supports, and very importantly, as we go through implementation supports and our engagement with the EPPs and so on. And with that, we can take questions.
only thing that I will say is this may sound like a lot, but it is a lot, but it's necessary, right? And the team here at MSDE under Dr. Wright's leadership, we're ready for this. Our LEAs are ready for this. We met with the CEOs last week to give them an update. They are just ready. And so we appreciate the board support of this process. It's really been all hands on deck, and I can't say enough how thankful we are to the community in Maryland, also to the states that we've learned from in this process, because it really has strengthened the program that we have. So, Mr. Crawford and
Ms. McCusker? This isn't my committee. Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Golson.
Yep, thank you. Before we open up for discussion, just wanted our other board members to know the Education Transformation and Accountability Committee reviewed the presentation. Thank you, team, for making the edits to the presentation based on our comments, and we unanimously voted to present the presentation today and move forward for action.
Very good. The floor is now open for comments, clarification, questions. Ms. McCusker.
Quick question. You talk about having educators as part of the review process, and your timeline shows that you're going to recruit and train them. Are you paying them?
yes, we are, thanks to Blueprint funding.
Okay.
Yes, we will be compensating them. And one of the things that we always think about here is we know that professional learning is really important, so we do not want to pull teachers out during the student day. So we're constantly looking at creative ways, and we've learned some good lessons about how to do that. So yes, they will be compensated.
Big smile, thank you.
Dr. Johnson.
So I have two questions, if
Sure,
that's okay.
absolutely.
Okay, my first question is, will the district's CEOs lead the professional development for teachers and principals? I hear you saying educators. I am, and Dr. Wright knows that I am really, really gung-ho on principals also being knowledgeable of the types of materials that will be used. If principals don't know the process, it won't get done. So are they included? That's my first question. And my second question is, will public charters also be a part of this process?
I'll take the first question first. So yes, so when we've started framing out what our implementation support looks like, and there's definitely 2 tiers to it, or 3 in fact, which is there is a systems and structures support arm, and then there is the direct supporting teachers in the classrooms arm of this. And the systems and structures support and leadership support, how do you set up a campus to receive HQIM and ensure that the boxes, someone grabs a box cutter, opens the box, and is teaching those materials in classrooms? Have we set up instructional coaching as an infrastructure, both at the campus level and at the district level? So there is absolute necessity to think about the principal as the instructional leader of the building when it comes to this work. And so we are thinking about that as we build our implementation support practice. And there is, of course, teacher-facing side of the work that is fundamental, and then we cannot implement HQIM without doing that. So there's both of those are in contemplation. When we held the Assistant State Superintendent meeting around implementation support, the principal support actually came higher, a higher needs area from our district leaders than teachers did. So we know that there's the systems and leadership work that needs to be done, and it's a high priority. On the charter side,
Yep.
Dr. Conley?
So typically when we provide support in professional learning, our non-publics as well as our charter schools have access to the information. So absolutely, they can be a part of this process as well.
But I do want to clarify that charters aren't required.
Correct.
To follow this process.
Correct.
Dr. Miller McCarthy and Mr. Gear.
Hi, this is wonderful, extensive work. I have 2 things that just my eye goes to because this is what I do. When you talk about building knowledge, I wonder if you think about using the phrase skills and knowledge, because that particularly refers to reading, decoding, spelling, as well as math procedures. So you can have a knowledge, but you might not be able to do it. So I just offer that. And the other thing is on slide 15, my red flag went up, but then it went down on slide 24. Yeah. So I wonder if slide 15, so help me understand. So it says ELA grade level standards, and then it says speaking, listening, and oral language development, and written language is left out.
Yes.
Yet on slide 24, you talk about written language, so.
So slide 15 is just a sampling of
Okay.
what are elements that are in each framework, and then what we have in the appendices are the full framework elements.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
I know I said some of this during our session, but I want to make sure that I reinforce it here too. I really applaud the focus here on culturally affirming tools that are in the adoption materials. I think that's really great. I think it's a good push for us, especially using funds of knowledge, all of that work. I think the key here, like, not going to stop this whatsoever. The big key here, and I'm really excited and curious to see how we do push forward, Ms. Hussein, you were just saying, towards teachers picking these materials up and leveraging them in the classroom. Teachers, it's incredibly difficult to be a teacher, obvious statement of the day. Applaud you, Ms. McCusker, and everyone else here who has teaching experience. But one of the hardest things is to decide, am I going to plan my lesson or am I going to differentiate for the students in my class? And using the professional wisdom that we have as educators that we were trained to actually do, it takes a ton of emotional energy, mental capacity, and everything else to be able to even consider the 25 to 125 students that you're teaching every single day. Even more than that, right? What's the number? 450 a week. Okay, great. So to build relationships in a classroom that is welcoming, and to have learning relationships with each of those students individually, and to look at them as individual learners that we need to, and to be able to leverage that curriculum in the local context of that classroom is really what we want our teachers spending all of their time on, not where do I go to find the materials. What often happens when HQIM are placed into classrooms is teachers just don't pick them up. And it could be because of the box cutter isn't found, right? That could be really simple. It could be as simple as I don't understand this and I don't want to use it, or I don't trust it. And so I think moving past all of those barriers to get us to adopt is really where I'm excited to see us go with this once we get this passed and once we move forward and all of that. I know I said all of that, so really great work, and I'm looking forward to helping and supporting as we move forward. This might be way out of left field, but we just talked about arts education, but we don't have arts frameworks, and I think it's another reinforcing. We do. Okay, great. I remember that document now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think.
We do have arts. I'm sorry, I wasn't on the mic.
That's
We
fine.
do. There are arts frameworks. There's a national framework. There is a state framework for the arts,
Great.
and then each of the LEAs have their own individual curriculums that work towards those frameworks or scope and sequences. It tends to be a little bit less. Little less uniform.
Sure.
Arts teachers tend to
Yeah.
kind of like to pick their materials and creativity. But they are also in the pipeline to be revised. Is it next year, I think? I think it's next year.
Yeah, I remember it. Now I remember the pipeline picture. Right?
Yeah, it's on that chart.
It's on that timeline.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
on that
Okay.
timeline to be
Great.
redone. So they do exist.
That's perfect. All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Oh, Ms. Chang, yes.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. Nice content that you present here. I just have two questions / comment. How do you incorporate the SEL, social emotional learning, into the high quality material? And then the other one is for the signal framework. Would it be kind of, once it's done, all the data collections and the data being analyzed, and then it will be kind of feedback to all and share with all 24 school districts? Thank you.
I'll start with the easy question, which is the second one. So On the data collection side, we're thinking about data collection in two tiers. One is on the adoption side, and the second is on the implementation side. Adoption data, given the size of our state and given the advancement of our LEAs in this area, I think we are in a really good place. We are getting ready to conduct our second survey to figure out where districts are in their adoption journey. This time we're adding the layer of science and social studies, and our data collection has been really robust, really reliable. The districts are all about giving us the data and sharing with each other, coming together as a community of practice and sharing. So we should be on a pretty good trajectory starting this year on having a really, really robust ongoing longitudinal data set when it comes to adoption statewide. On the implementation side, the data collection gets very complicated very quickly because you're asking to look at coaching level data at the classroom level and district level and campus level systems and structures data. So both those data sets are not very well defined. There will be a lot of differentiation based on what product you've adopted, what is your pacing guide, what is your coaching protocol, and so on and so forth. So part of the work as we build the implementation support arm is to work closely with districts to be like, let's do the simple version of this first as a team, and let's establish a common understanding of what are big picture indicators that we want to collect, and then we can do the differentiation at the district level and go more granular and deeper. But I will just in a very high degree of transparency, implementation will be hard and challenging to stand up a data infrastructure around. Adoption will be much easier.
And your second question, I could be here all day about. So integration of social emotional learning. First of all, I think Mary Gable was here, she would agree with me, it starts with the data, right? What does the data say students need around social emotional learning? Then it goes to the planning that the teacher has to do, which we've talked about. What is that, once you know the student's needs, not just academically, but social emotionally, then how do you integrate that into the student's day? What does a master schedule look like? Is it someone plugging into the classroom? Is it someone pulling out? So those supports for social emotional learning should be integrated into the student day. The curriculum sort of helps you figure out how you need to design your lessons, but you really need to know the students well in your classroom to determine what are those social and emotional supports that are needed and how best to integrate them depending on what the student may need. It may be, it varies from student to student. It may not be an adult, right, that the child needs. It may be a small peer group where they need time. They may need some independent time of their own to like take a break. You just have to filter those supports into the student's day, so that master schedule is really, really important. This goes back to, we've talked a lot here on the board about the multi-tiered systems of support. That's an integral part of this as well, but it's understanding the integrity and fidelity of the curriculum, and then understanding the student's needs, and then planning that day. That's where also time built in for teachers to collaboratively plan together is so critical, because that's a conversation that can happen looking across the grade level, but also a teacher can say, you know what, I think I need to integrate more some social emotional learning specific, because there are SEL curriculums that are there, but often there's not time to teach those SEL curriculums. And oftentimes you don't need a block to do SEL. You need to integrate that into the student's day. So that's where collaboration is key. And this is where we kind of talked about going on a roadshow with special educators, with student supports, with those who provide behavioral support. I mean, our arts, so that people understand what HQIM is, but how you integrate it into a multi-tiered system of support. So I can go on for days of that. But hopefully that answered some of your question.
Thank you very much. It's very thorough. Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Michael.
Thank you very much for this presentation. This is the next critical step, as we know, in our reform work. We look back on the past 30 years, this has been a huge gap. Standards have not gotten close enough to that critical interaction between teachers and students. I do want to lift a puzzle, I think, that's not unique to Maryland, but I think we've seen over the past 10 years, which is we've seen relatively high adoption of HQIM in math and correlating with a steady decline in math achievement nationally. And interested in kind of your thoughts there. I do want to lift for us, you know, I was delighted to see that we're not just wholesale adopting ed reports, but building on top. Ed reports is a fantastic foundation, but it is primarily based on alignment, not necessarily effectiveness of curriculum. And so that alignment, there's some assumptions there that if it's aligned, then it will be effective. Can you speak a little bit to how we're thinking about math, how we're thinking about such high HQIM alignment, but we're seeing some declines in math achievement during that time, really COVID included, but really outside of COVID as well, and how we're thinking about that?
I think the number one caution when we think about HQIM is, in general, as a program evaluator and as a science person, I will say this: we start measuring things in terms of student outcomes without first looking at implementation, and I think that's a gap. We need to say, okay, like we did the big thing, what are the 100 small steps from the big thing to the student outcomes that need to be measured to ensure that fidelity is actually a thing, like we're actually implementing the thing before we get to outcomes. So one of the big data points I will share with this group is CCSSO has been partnering with the RAND Corporation for the past many years to publish data on how well is HQIM implementation going. We have high adoption numbers, and the vast majority of implementation data right now is not available. It's to quote CMD from earlier, it's a black box. So what we have is adoption at a high level, at the state level or the district level, and then we have student outcomes, and all the things in the middle are a black box. We don't know. We don't know how it's going. The RAND data is the closest that we have, which is teachers self-reporting to CCSSO and saying, yes, I use materials, or no, I do not use the materials that were adopted by my district. And less than 40% of teachers are saying, I use any of the adopted materials at all. And so adoption may be high, but implementation, 60+% is nil, like zero, and that's a problem. And we really need to understand why are teachers not using the materials? Is it a usability question? Are they hard? Has PD never happened? And we need to answer that.
Thank you.
Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Michaels, it's skill and knowledge.
Yes.
That's why.
And Pinterest is so addictive. Yeah.
I just want to say also, in this, and I really appreciate the presentation, because I think it really does point to the need for us to increase the amount of professional development that we're offering our teachers. I think it's one thing to say we're going to adopt something, just as was said here, but it's another thing to say, are we really implementing it and implementing it well? And I think teachers, I don't know how much content professional development has gone on in the past, but that I can tell you from past experience that was one thing teachers were asking a lot about, particularly as we were talking about, this wasn't your presentation, but about the number of teachers that we have that are not certified in those areas. So I think we've got to take a look at that as well. It's not just it's kind of like a big puzzle that you put all of these pieces together to figure out then what does the big picture look like. And I think that's the beauty of the background that's been done by this team, is really taking it piece by piece and making sure that we are doing what's right by our children, number one, what's right by our teachers. And that, to me, is a critical part of getting feedback from teachers. For teachers to say we've adopted it but we're not implementing it, then why not? Is it... So that gets back to implementation. So I think there's a lot more that we've got coming, but I do know that this is a conversation this is just the beginning of many conversations that we're going to have about this.
Dr. Getty.
When I look at slide 6, I look at the ELA and I look at the math, and I see two very, very separate scenarios. And so you have a standard procedure set up for working towards high-quality materials. But I would almost caution that the math process needs to be so different than the ELA process of coming out with high-quality materials, in that math is already there. And so I almost am afraid by going through the process that you could actually decline the high-quality materials implementing the process, because to me, the chart clearly indicates a different issue.
Yes.
So then go over to the ELA and look at the high school level and say, what the heck? Is it the process that the individual LEAs are using? Is it their master list of high-quality things that's off and needs to be revised? Or is it individual teacher choice of using high-quality materials? So when I look at that slide, I see really vast differences.
Great.
And there wasn't a question there, and I'm sorry.
That's okay. I will make a note. There's two things happening here. There's adoption support and implementation support. In math, most of our districts have, the majority of our districts have coalesced around two big curricular products that we know to be good products, Illustrative Math and Eureka. So math, we are very close to just like jumping right into implementation support. Okay. And for ELA, there is more adoption work to be done. And I will answer your high school ELA question, which is most of the strong identification work around HQIM has been done in elementary grades. So as you go to higher grades, you have less and less product available that is rated highly, and so so high school teachers definitely do struggle there.
Okay, thank you for commenting.
Literature-based, it's good literature.
Great. Are there any other questions or comments on clarification? Excellent presentation. When you look at these issues, I'm learning about education, but the same basic issue you have with transformation. Most transformations fail not because people don't say they've implemented something on Monday. It's the issue of acceptance. How do you get people to actually do it? So that's what I think we're talking about here, especially on math. We've got the right material. So the question then becomes, how do we make it easier for teachers and others to actually do it? So it's sort of the getting them to accept that. So great. The floor is now open for a motion. The state superintendent is requesting that the state board adopt high-quality instructional material selection, the high-quality instructional material selection frameworks. So the floor is now open for a motion on, that's Ms. McCusker, and seconded by Dr. Millie McCarthy. The floor is now open for a discussion of the motion itself. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Aye. Okay, looks unanimous. Okay, well, this is great.
Mr. Crawford?
Yes.
Mr. Crawford, can I just mention one thing?
Please,
one plug
absolutely.
is that if you recall the last board meeting, Peter Rams and I talked about the standards revision process for social studies. Just want to put a plug that the applications for committees have gone out. So our comms team is working to get the word out. So we are moving forward with that, but we're super, super excited, and just thank the board for being so supportive, and to all the MSDE team MSDE for working hard to get these committees for standards up and running. But we are moving forward, and so thank you and the board. We're very appreciative.
Excellent, great work. We're going to break now for lunch. We're going to return at about 12:50. We're going to ask you, we have to reconfigure the room and do some things, so we'll ask you, if you would, to take your material with you when you leave, because we're going to need to reconfigure. Want to reconvene in here by no later than 12:50. And we'll start then with the Purple Star Schools. More recognitions, fun. All righty, please.
I just want to add for members of the public that conference room 5 on the 8th floor is open while we reconfigure the room.
Okay, thank you. Everyone, good afternoon. We're reconvening our Maryland State Board of Education meeting. It's so happy to see everyone here today. We're going to start with the next item on our agenda, which is recognizing the Purple Star schools and recipients. I'd like to recognize some people before.
An easily accessible resource webpage, a peer-led transition program to help students get acclimated to their new school, and training for staff to understand the needs of military-connected students and their families. Today, the Maryland State Department of Education recognizes Maryland's inaugural cohort of Purple Star schools. To mark this momentous occasion, I invited a very special guest to join us today in support of our military families. So I would like to ask you to please stand and join me in welcoming a champion for students, advocate for military families, and the leader of the great state of Maryland, our governor, Governor Wes Moore.
Well, it goes without saying, we're excited to have the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland with us today, Governor Wes Moore. We're honored to have you with us as we recognize the Purple Star schools. You understand the importance of supporting military families. As a combat veteran and a champion of Maryland families, you understand the kinds of sacrifices that these families, the children, the spouse, and those that are serving our great nation. We wanted to, again, give you an opportunity to be here with us to help us celebrate these very, very special people and recognize the great work on behalf of the schools and working with military connected children to ensure that they have all of the necessary resources to be successful. Governor, again, welcome.
Mr. President,
Good,
thank
sir.
you so much. Thank you. I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's great to see all of you. It really is. And first, Mr. President, thank you. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Vice President. Thank you. And to this entire remarkable board, I cannot tell you all enough how excited I am to have the opportunity to be your colleagues inside this work. It means the world to me. And it's, you think about what our students deserve. They deserve the best, and they deserve everything. And that's exactly what you all are providing. And speaking of the best, Madam Superintendent. First of all, and I do have to say how wonderful it is to say that, Madam Superintendent. You are your leadership has already made such a marked impact, and we're grateful and we're thankful, for today, for these Purple Star families and just the Purple Star schools, and knowing that our state will lead. Our state will make sure we're taking that rightful place on the top of that hill. But it's only going to happen is if we're making sure that our military families and our Purple Star schools are taking their rightful place. And so also, to Colonel Sapp and Captain Burford, I just want to say thank you as well for the remarkable leadership. And I know when I first joined the military, I was 17 years old. I was not old enough to sign the paperwork when I first joined the military. My mother actually had to sign the paperwork for me. But after my teenage years, she would sign whatever paperwork that the Army put in. She's like, "This is all you need? There you go." But they taught us something in our first days of military training. And it was something that they told us that we were going to, every mission was going to be evaluated on. And it was a simple slogan, a simple phrase: leave no one behind. Ever. right? You get one of my people, I will send a battalion in to go get them if I have to. We leave no one behind. And it was something that when we first went through the process of running for governor, it was not just a campaign slogan. It was a promise. It was a governance philosophy. It's the way that we view the work. And that's exactly what today represents. Leave no one behind. Meet people where they are. Make sure that success is not singular. Make sure that success is collective. And if we do that, then we're honoring our mission and we're honoring the work. And to be able to do this, and by the way, I just want to give another special shout to our Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Tony Woods. I mean, you want to talk about just lights out. And someone who at every single stage that I have known him has just led so admirably and with such honor and integrity. And when you look at the progress that has been made already in just these first years with Veterans Affairs, we're talking landmark pieces of legislation that have come from his department. Landmark pieces of legislation that includes things like making sure we're, adding paid time off for people who are both state workers and members of a National Guard, because until Tony Woods became the secretary, you had people who were state workers who, when they were doing their military time, were having to use their paid time off to do that time. And tell me how that's fair.
Right.
Until Tony Woods got into the seat. When Tony Woods gets into the seat, now Maryland is the first state in this country that actually has a pathway for free dental care and health care for members of the National Guard. Because if someone is willing to put the uniform of this country on and put the flag of this state on their shoulder, they better not have to worry about dental care. It's Tony Woods. Leave no one behind. That's what this team is leading on. That's what you all are leading on. Because every bit of promise that we hope for in the state of Maryland, it's not just going to come from you, it's going to be inspired by you. Making sure that the families who we want to serve and protect, making sure that the individual children who we know deserve everything we've got, that they're going to get it. It's not just going to come from you, it's inspired by you. And so I could not be more thrilled to be here today. I couldn't be more honored to be here in your presence. I could not be more excited to say that, this is going to be Maryland's decade. I'm clear about it. And we've already told all the other governors, I apologize, but it's not your time, it's our time. They've gotten the memo. But it's because I have the opportunity to serve with the best every single day. And that's why I know this is going to be our time to get it right. So congratulations, bless you, and thank you again for having me here today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. At this time, I'd like to turn to Colonel Sapp and then to Captain Burford, and then Dr. Wright will introduce our recipients. Please.
So as I rewrote my speech while Governor Moore was talking, if you'll permit me a few minutes, for those that do know me, I am not a man of few words. But I speak to you as a father of 3 Army brats, incredible kids, ages 12 to 19, as the base commander of Fort George G. Meade, and as an American. To explain that last part a little bit, I am Kansas born and bred. My roots run deep in the state, in the Midwest. 18 years in the same school, joined the Army. Since then, I've lived in 10 different states, not to count the number of moves in between and overseas tours. So 20% of America I've experienced, from Hawaii to Arizona to New York to Florida. The only thing I'm missing is the Pacific Northwest, and I'm still holding out. What I've seen is I call myself and my kids Americans because they really understand what it means to be part of the state, but part of the nation. But I will say, as a three-peat tour to Maryland, I think the odds are that I'm going to end up here. So I have an investment interest in the state. But for people who don't know the military, the best example I can give is we had a chance. I had 1 year at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, not in. and we were driving. Very important distinction. I know you two understand.
Yes.
And as we were driving past my hometown, I made a detour to see the house that I grew up in. And I pointed to the house because my mother had since moved out. But I told the kids, hey guys, this is Dad's house. And their question, what grades? That's how a military kid thinks. Their life is formed in the grades of where they lived and what they experienced at the time. Now, to put that into perspective, my 19-year-old started Texas A&M as a freshman this year. She was enrolled in 12 different schools in 7 different states across 8 different moves. And all she said was, when I tried so hard to get her to Anne Arundel Community College, and she said, I want one school for 4 years for a change. So, gig 'em. But to talk about what this means in the terms of kids, I thought about this over the years as I thought about what grades and what that means. And ultimately, the challenge with military kids is we're talking about 3 senses: the sense of trust, a sense of worth, and a sense of hope. And so for the sense of trust, I don't know how many of you have had to find a new mechanic or a new barber or a new stylist, but I know you're thinking, dear God, please no, don't change on me, because you build that trust. That is a very important relationship. And now in a child's life, when they build the trust, there's their classmates, there's the educators, there's the counselors, the coaches, the vice principals. That every move means rebuilding a sense of trust. Why? Because only when they have that sense of trust can they then focus on their sense of worth, their sense of identity. And as a child, we wrap that up in academics, and we wrap it up in sports. So if you were varsity last week, and next week you're back on the JV, or heaven forbid you're on the bench, that breaks you down as a child. And you don't have control over that. From an academics, my daughter Samantha in Georgia had a semester of Holocaust history and a semester just focused on the Vietnam War. 2 of her favorite classes ever. And when she moved to Pennsylvania, they became American History Miscellaneous. She got credits, but now it's an elective, not even a history credit, because she already had American history separately. So some of those changes, that changes her sense of worth, her sense of identity, and how she wants to be when she grows up. And then, of course, the next step is the sense of hope, because that's what we need every child to have, is hope in the future. Now, for a school kid, that can come in the credits. Am I going to graduate? That can come in those other 2s, the sense of trust and worth. It can come in those graduation requirements. For example, when my rising senior showed up and was told she had to have about 30 credits or hours of volunteer that she'd never tracked before because no other school cared. I love that Maryland has it, but the weight that it created on her and the fear and anxiety on top of everything else was just another thing she wasn't prepared for. And then, of course, there's those tech programs where some schools offer medical, and you spend 4 years going through a veterinarian program or a nursing home program to build you towards a career. And each state's going to be a little bit different. And then, finally, my 19-year-old has cerebral palsy. So we add the special education into the mix. All of those go to the challenges of a military dependent. So the why. I feel like I don't have to explain this to you, but knowing the cameras are rolling, there probably should be a why. Why we invest in military kids. 1, it's popular with leaders and citizens alike. It's an easy win. 2, it comes with money, because military kids in the schools brings federal dollars. But 3, it comes with the military kids, adaptable, selfless, solution-oriented. They are still kids. They're not always. Mine to boot. But also it comes with that network of support that we have on installations that we bring into the schools. And really, so the 4th and most important, and Dr. Bedell, where are you? Sir, Dr. Bedell is the one that is the Anne Arundel County Public Schools Superintendent. And he and I had this conversation. What you do for one, you do for all. And so it's not about it is about the military kids, but what we realize is you build up those situations because every child needs a sense of trust, a sense of worth, and a sense of hope. So as a father, as a base commander, and as an inevitable odds favorite Marylander, I do thank you all.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Captain Doug Burfield. I have the honor and privilege of being the commanding officer at Naval Air Station Patuxent River. My school liaison officer, Mrs. Dawn Simpson, and I made the drive up today, and thank you very much for having us here. This is very important to recognize the significance of earning the Purple Star designation for schools, and I congratulate the 8 schools in Maryland receiving the special recognition today, 2 of which are near to us in southern Maryland, one in particular in St. Mary's County. Captain Walter Francis Duke School is nearby where I live and near NAS Pax River. Your efforts to provide programs, processes, and designated staff that are aware of and sensitive to the challenges that military families face is greatly appreciated. It impacts mission readiness for our service members. Moving and changing schools can be stressful. I'm a father of 4 military kids, and they've had to change some schools, not quite as often as the Sapp family, I don't think, or quite as far, mostly Virginia and now Maryland. But nonetheless, I had to move a freshman a couple years ago, and that was not easy. On average, military kids change schools about every 3 years, with a new set of orders, and they have to adapt, and they become resilient. New academic standards, new school rules, new friends. Military kids, they learn to adapt, but initiatives like the Purple Star School program will definitely make it easier. Making connections within the first few weeks of school is critical to setting the stage for academic success and to emotional and social well-being. Having programs and staff that are trained in place and ready to assist can speed up the time it takes to get pertinent, relevant information, to make connections, and find their way around the campus. Knowing that they're coming to a school that has established protocols and peer-to-peer programs ready to support will lower anxieties for them and their parents and ease stress. Our service members are then better able to focus on the mission when they know their children are getting support. They make connections and they receive a quality education from caring adults and peers in their community. In closing, the Purple Star School designation is a beacon for families coming to military installations and public schools in the state of Maryland. Thank you for implementing this program and supporting our military-connected students. You are making a huge difference for us. Thank you.
So here with us today, we're going to start our awards ceremony. We have invited representatives from our Purple Star schools, and we would like to recognize each school. School teams, when you hear your school name called, please stand to be recognized. And once all the schools have been recognized, we're going to take photos with the school team, the State Board of Ed, and Governor Moore. Our first Purple Star school is Bella Springs Elementary. Bella Springs serves students and families in Howard County, and the school has developed a robust strategy for actively including military-connected parents and families in Purple Star programming, including opportunities to participate in social-emotional learning sessions. Congratulations go to Principal Julie Schrufer, Military Liaison Eric Soskel, and Superintendent William Barnes. Captain Walker Francis Duke Elementary School is the next school. Captain Walker Francis Duke Elementary School serves students in St. Mary's County. The school goes above and beyond by welcoming newly enrolled military-connected students to the school and providing them with welcome bags containing all the tools that they will need to be successful there. Congratulations go to Principal Katie Corticrax, Military Liaison Monique Osborne, and Deputy Superintendent Dr. Maureen Montgomery. Kent Island High School. Kent Island High School serves students in Queen Anne's County. One highlight of its Purple Star programming is the provision of comprehensive checklists to newly enrolled military-connected students to ensure their transition into the school is as easy and as seamless as possible. Congratulations go to Principal Daniel Harding, Military Liaison Karen Hessen, and Superintendent Dr. Patricia Salins. MacArthur Middle School. MacArthur Middle School serves students in Anne Arundel County and is located on Fort Meade. In addition to fostering academic integration into the school, MacArthur offers several opportunities for newly enrolled students to form social connections with other military-connected students, including bowling nights, a Purple Star pizza party, and a Purple Star after-school club. So congratulations go to Principal Samuel Buckley, Military Liaison David Pickens, and Superintendent Dr. Mark Bedell. Meade High School. Meade High School is also located on Fort Meade in Anne Arundel County. The school's Lead for Meade program pairs newly enrolled military-connected kids with thoughtfully selected student ambassadors who help them feel very welcome at the school. Congratulations go to Principal Dr. Ryan Durr, Military Liaison Melissa Bajadek, and Superintendent Dr. Mark Bedell. Mount Harmony Elementary School. Mount Harmony Elementary School serves students in Calvert County. In addition to supporting military-connected students as they enter the school, Mount Harmony provides students who are leaving the school due to their parent or guardian's military service with a transition kit to bring along to their new school. Congratulations to Principals Charles Treft, Military Liaison Allison Summy, and Superintendent Dr. Andre Townsell. Queen Anne's County High School. So obviously, Queen Anne's County High School is in Queen Anne's County. They employ data-driven decision-making in its Purple Star programming, using information collected via parent surveys to determine military-connected students' greatest needs and to design programming to address those needs. Congratulations go to Academic Dean Dr. Billy Bryce, Military Liaison Betsy Ricketts, and Superintendent Dr. Patricia Salins. And last but not least is Westmead Early Education Center. Westmead Early Education Center serves some of Maryland's tiniest children, pre-K and kindergarten, on Fort Meade in Anne Arundel County. Each year, the school holds a purple ball to celebrate the month of the military child. And that this year, actually, the ball is this evening, as I understand it. So there you go. Congratulations to Principal Jessica Callan, Military Liaison Catherine Moore, and Superintendent Dr. Mark Bedell. So I want to say congratulations to obviously all of our Purple Star recipients. And now we want to capture this moment with some photos. So if everyone would stay seated, we're going to be calling you up group by group. And when we call you up, I'm going to invite Governor Moore, Colonel Sapp, Captain Burfield, and all state board members and Assistant Superintendent Gable to join me now in the center of the area. And then we will call up school by school. We just did that. Are you getting the photo? I'm getting
So our first school is Bellow Springs Elementary School. Woo! So our first school is Bellow Springs Elementary School. Captain Walter Francis Duke Elementary, come on up. Captain Walter Francis Duke Elementary. Are you Captain Walter? Come on up. You're gonna go this way. Yep, this way. This way. Captain Walter Francis Duke Elementary, come on up. Captain Walter Francis Duke Elementary. Kent Island High School, you can come on up and get ready. You're next.
No use leading without chin. This is where the story ends. Never lovers, ever friends. Bye. Let our hearts call it a day. But before you walk away,
MacArthur Middle School, you can come on up.
sincerely want to say,
You're welcome.
I wish
You all are gonna come stand over here.
first
This is MacArthur.
in the spring to give your heart
Good to
a
see you, sir.
song
Good.
to sing, and then a kiss. But more than this, I love. And in July, a lemonade.
Sorry, take care of it.
You in something, I wish you help.
Meade High School, if you can come, wait your turn. You all Meade?
My breaking heart, and I agree that you and I will never be. So with my best, my very best, I'll set you free. I wish you shelter from the storm.
You're on the right spot.
Fire to keep you warm. But most of all, when snowflakes fall, I wish you love.
Mount Harmony. And Mount Harmony, you can come over here. This is Mount Harmony, right here. And you all can leave once you're done. I've already been taken
you tell you're a teacher? I am trying to sip now.
Okay. Queen Anne's County High School, you all can come over here. Here's Queen Anne's. I'm gonna wait next to Zach.
My breaking heart and I agree that you and I could never be. So with my best, my very best, I'll set you free. I wish you shelter from the storm, a cozy fire to keep you warm, but most of all, when snowflakes fall, I wish you love.
And Westmead Early Education Center, you're last. You're gonna stand right next to Zach.
Whatever you need. Dream beside me in the midnight glow. The lamp is low. Dream and watch the shadows come and go. The lamp is low. While you linger in my arms, my lips will sigh, I love you so. Dream the sweetest dream we'll ever know. Tonight the moon is high, the lamp is low. Dream beside me in the midnight glow. The lamp is low. Dream and watch the shadows come and go. The lamp is low. While you linger in my arms, my lips will sigh, I love you so. Dream the sweetest dream we'll ever know. Tonight the moon is high, the lamp is low.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Enjoy these celebrations, an opportunity to recognize folks. And it was really a real pleasure to have the governor take time out of his schedule to come and celebrate with us, and Secretary Woods and members of the military. Again, we just want to thank the board and for the department, everyone that coordinated and made this happen. These things don't go well by accident. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and I want to just thank everyone that was involved in doing that. We appreciate that greatly. At this time, we're going to continue with our priorities, and we're going to have an information sharing on trauma prevention and postvention.
Yes, I'm going to invite Mary Gable, our Assistant Superintendent for Federal Programs and Student Support. And Mary and her team worked very diligently over a period of time with our board member, Holly. And so this presentation was really at her request.
Very good.
Great. Good afternoon again, and Mr. Crawford, Dr. Michael, and Dr. Wright, members of the board. Thank you for the celebration that we just had. Military means a lot, and you're also members of the Interstate Compact on Educational Opportunities for Military Children, and you don't hear about that, but you all do a lot for military, so I thank you for that. So today we're here, and I want to introduce Dr. April Turner. Dr. Turner is the school psychology supervisor, services supervisor in my division. I'm very lucky to have Dr. Turner. We also have Dr. Turner is a psychologist, school psychologist, clinical psychologist, and she's also one of 3 psychologists that we have in the division. Dr. Turner also belongs to the Suicide Prevention Governor's Task Force. So I invited her to be part of this presentation. So we're here to talk about, I'm gonna kind of, I think we're okay. Talk about trauma and specifically suicide, but trauma affects, is probably a larger title to cover a variety of things that students face. And adults face also, but certainly we're focused on our students. We're going to take a look at the data from a Maryland perspective, national. We will look at the law and COMAR, and we'll look at what's happening nationally, and then we're going to look at what the LEAs are doing. So specifically, we will start with the Maryland, with the state and local data. So the Maryland Youth Risk Behavior Survey, Youth Tobacco Survey, we call it the YRBS or the YTS. This is a survey that is administered to middle and high school students every 2 years. The Risk Behavior Survey was given in the latest data we have is the 2021-2022 school year. We do have the data from the next administration is completed, but it's not fully vetted and not fully ready for release. And so we get that from MDH. And we work collaboratively with them, so the superintendents and the principals to administer the survey. During the school year, 58,000 students took at the middle and high school students participated in the survey. Data is collected, including student demographics, youth health behaviors and conditions, substance use behaviors, and student experiences, as you can see on the slide. The data from the 2022-23 is upcoming, and as soon as it's released, we distribute that. We give the data for every LEA to the superintendents, who then share it. I will say to you that it is data that they use regularly to identify programs that are needed for students. The YRBS, just a little more information. was administered every even year during the fall semester to measure and monitor youth risk behaviors. And who was selected? Maryland schools and classrooms are randomly selected by the CDC. So we have a grant with the CDC. They first randomly select schools from grades 6 to 8 and 9 to 12 to participate. They then randomly select classrooms within the selected schools. The data is not student-specific, so none of that. All the students' responses are protected. Students within the classroom may participate, subject only to parental opt-out and privacy constraints. The survey data is collected, is totally anonymous, and as I said, it's not reported at individual schools. So you can see in this particular slide the suicide component of the youth risk behavior survey. The number of students who have considered suicide in the past, within the past 12 months given, represent 21% students who responded to the survey. Disparity across multiracial youth, those who identify as lesbian, gay, or bisexual, and those that identify as other questioning or transgender students are our most vulnerable students. Sorry. On the right hand of the slide, you will see the percentage of students broken up by male and female. The number of female at 27%, the number of male at 14%, who reported in the survey considering suicide in the past 12 months when it was given, which was 7,598 students. The increases compared to 2013 are included in the areas. So in looking at sad or hopeless, up 45% from 2013, considering suicide, up 29%, and planned suicide reporting, up 23%. The data indicates a need, as you can well imagine, of ongoing prevention and intervention in the area of mental health. Looking at students who are slightly younger, this is the middle school students, we see a pattern, and the previous was high school students, of similar with increases in the area of sad and hopeless, ever considering, thought about killing themselves, ever planned, or ever tried. Many of the factors that contribute to mental health are identified in the survey, such as youth, health, risk behaviors, and including mental health indicators as well as substance use indicators that you can see there. What are some of the key takeaways? There is a need for improved access to comprehensive mental health supports in schools, a need to promote open communication with students on health and wellness topics, and there is a need to promote inclusivity in the school program culture to support emotional security and emotional safety. From the national perspective, though there is, there is a focus on suicide prevention programs since the pandemic, the national statistics indicate that suicide rates among 10 to 14-year-olds increased 62% from 2007 to 2021. Sometimes we just talk about what happened as a result of the pandemic, but it happened and started before then. Suicide rate of people aged 10 to 14 tripled from 2007 to 2018. And the suicide rate of people aged 15 to 19 increased by 57% from 2009 through 2017. So although the pandemic did have a huge effect, our students have been having difficulty managing mental health for an extended period of time. Mental health does matter. We have an opportunity to look at both national and state level landscape, and we wanted to spend some time highlighting some of the contributing factors as it relates to mental health. There are biological factors, such as physical health, sleep hygiene, and long-term physical health conditions. There are psychological factors that contribute, including discrimination or stigma, which also includes racism, long-term stress, child abuse, body image concerns, and self-esteem. There are also social factors that influence: social isolation or loneliness, social disadvantage, homelessness, or drug and alcohol misuse. In The Anxious Generation by Jonathan Haidt, school psychologist lays out the facts about the epidemic by teen mental health illness that hit many countries at the same time. He provides in his book, presents more than a dozen mechanisms by which this growing rewiring of childhood has interfered with children's social and neurological development, covering everything from sleep deprivation, we talk about students sleeping, to attention. He even advise us as adults that make sure we get enough sleep. Addiction, loneliness, social contagion, social comparison, and perfectionism. In much of our social media, students look at how many friends they have. They certainly don't do Facebook. It's just the older ones that do Facebook. But what they do look at, sometimes they look at how many they have. But how many really close friends do they have that they can really talk to? The number of friends on a social media is not necessarily a measure of what is friendship for a teenager. Key takeaways: social deprivation. Since 2012, the time adolescents spend with friends in face-to-face settings has dropped 50%, and the pandemic only made it worse. Sleep deprivation: a lot of sleep leads to depression, anxiety, irritability, cognitive deficits, poor learning, and lower grades. And long-term studies have proven that smartphones are making us sleep worse. Attention fragmentation: since there are things in our lives that are constantly interrupting us, our ability to focus is severely impaired. That applies to students also. Many kids are becoming accustomed to immediate feedback and have difficulty with patience and problem-solving skills. Given what we know about these factors, the remainder of the presentation will highlight some of the innovative work that's going on in Maryland to support mental health.
All right. So what we're going to do here is start with the Maryland statute. So before we get into this information, I want to provide some historical context. So in 2015, the Maryland General Assembly passed Bill 947, which is Loren's Law. Now, this bill looks specifically at training school counselors to recognize indicators of emotional stress and mental illness. Building on that, in 2017, there was the requirement in the passing of Bill 920. This looked at certified school personnel to receive that same similar training. So if you see, we're starting with a smaller group, and then we begin to expand that group bigger and bigger. So in July 2021, which is what you see on the slide here, the blueprint for Maryland's future really added that requirement that look at suicide prevention training for all certificated staff. So anyone that would have that direct interaction with students. So again, starting with those maybe students that have some of that clinical training, like a school counselor, and expanding out to any adult that student interacts with. Because what we know is that is where our intervention and our support really happens. It's the student or the staff member that the student sees in the hallway. It may not be that classroom teacher, it may be someone else in that building that notices something. And so there was really a push to make sure that we have certificated staff in the building that are aware of what signs and information need to be aware of when they are interacting with students. As with statute, there is a requirement then to have a regulation. So you'll see here in February 2022, the state board adopted the addition and the updating of the COMAR regulations. You'll see here this highlights all of those certificated staff that have contact with students on a regular basis. It also specifically outlines what some of that training should look like. And the first one there talks about understanding and responding to suicide risk. And what this might look like on the ground. Our teachers and school staff are provided information with risk factors, such as changes in behaviors, either written or verbal ideation, changes in social interactions, we want to make sure everyone in that building is aware of some of those things. The second one is really understanding and responding to that. So teachers are responsive to some of these changes that we see in well-being. So maybe there are changes in work completion, maybe there's changes in socialization. The student was really, really social and now there's been a big shift. There also may be changes in sleep patterns or absenteeism. So a lot of the training that's happening is really allowing us to recognize some of those key factors. Additionally, they want to be able to identify the resources for students. So in this training, what we really focus on, or the LEAs are focusing on, is who in the building do I reach out to? Is it my school psychologist? Is it my school counselor? Is it another mental health provider? Who is the person that that staff member can reach out to when they have concerns about the student? And then also the final ones on here talk about how do we help the adults in the building to be that safe and trusted person. A lot of the work we talk about is we want to make sure that the student who is having some type of difficulty has a trusted adult in the building. And this type of training is something that ensures that the teachers and the staff members in that building are aware of those particular factors. In addition to that, we really are thinking about how do we continue to make sure everyone in the building is aware. So what you'll see here are some special provisions to COMAR that look at specific educator certification for school counselors. So our school counselors in Maryland are counselors that have a master's degree either in school counseling or some type of mental health work. What this regulation does is it adds an additional level of training when it's time for them to renew their certification. And what this also allows is for them to be up to date with the most recent information that we have in reference to risk factors, in reference to interventions, as well as what I think is really key is looking at how things that we've talked about, the pandemic, the impact of cell phones, those kind of things are impacting what we're seeing and what our interventions may be. So this additional regulation really makes sure that the work and the training that the school counselors have is most recent and continues to be updated each time they go to renew their certification. The other part I want to highlight on this particular one is at the bottom here, it talks about professional resources and best practices for parents and guardians. And the key component there is that we're working on building that family-school partnership. We're working on thinking about what does this parent need? What are the resources that they need to have in front of them to support their students? And a lot of times the clinicians in the buildings are working hand in hand with parents. So does that mean that I need to sit down with a parent to have a conversation to make this phone call for this referral? Do I need to walk you through what that first session is going to look like to remove any fear or stigma so that we have our parents be able to help our students to access some of these mental health services? The other component that's important to highlight within some of our regulations as well as COMAR is building on the Maryland Safe to Learn Act. Each LEA has to establish emergency plans. And within these emergency plans, there is a response section, and that is where they address what is their response if there is a suicide death in the building or if there is a suicide in the community that someone in the school is involved. And each LEA has a set of emergency plans that outlines what does that look like. What is our response plan? Who needs to be involved? What information is communicated to parents? All of that is captured in those emergency plans. So kind of thinking from an individual clinician all the way up to what happens at the school level, there is guidance that we have provided as well as regulations to help shape what that looks like at each individual LEA. Our other thing that was created out of the Safe to Learn Act is our behavioral health coordinators. And I think what is important to highlight here as a behavioral health coordinator is each LEA has this, and they are a master's level coordinator. And their really role is to coordinate, facilitate, help move a lot of our behavioral support work forward in our particular districts. And as you see there, that highlights some key things that they are really working on. But I want you to kind of view them as the facilitator, the catalyst, the one that pulls all the different resources together in the district and looks broadly and says, what are other things that we need? Most recently, MSC has designated $700,000 of the Blueprint funds to really support some of this behavioral health work. Currently, we have 21 out of the 24 LEAs who have applied for funding to really support some of their behavior work. I want to highlight 3 of the kind of applications that we've received so far. So Baltimore County is really going to support their suicide prevention implementation. So they're going to be using a program called Signs of Suicide, and they're going to be using it across several of their schools. And that really looks at what are they doing at the Tier 1 level? What does everyone get that helps us in that prevention level? Calvert County has also applied for funding, and they're looking also at the Tier 1, but they're thinking about social skills training. So really thinking broadly about how can we help students to engage with each other appropriately, and how can we strengthen some of their social skills. Additionally, they are going to have a resource fair, and that is really bringing in the school information and the school people along with community members. So really working on that family-school connection. And finally, another highlight is that Washington County has really looked at their Tier 3 level, and they're looking at strengthening their clinician training. So they're looking at what is additional training we can provide for our clinicians in the building so that they can better support our students. We're going to shift next to the national perspective. So I've given a lot of information about what is happening in Maryland, but I want to put this in the context of what it looks like across other states. So you'll see here that every state has some form of suicide prevention or awareness training that's available. There are 14 states, along with Maryland, that will mandate an annual suicide prevention training of some type. And so what I want to do is highlight 2 particular states and talk about the work that they've done, and then look at how that compares to what we're doing here in Maryland. So you'll see here, we look specifically at California, and then I'll talk about one other state. So I've identified some of the state legislation. So you'll see that California and both Maryland have that state legislation that says this is a requirement, we see that it's important, and we have something that we have identified for our schools. You'll also see the next area is the crisis team development. So California talks about a statewide suicide postvention response team. And in Maryland, we will talk about our Maryland mental health response team and talk about how they are available to support schools when there is a crisis situation that happens. The next area you'll see is suicide awareness and prevention for staff. As we've outlined, that is an annual training that we do here in Maryland. We will talk more about exactly what some of the schools are doing, but you'll see that's something that they're also doing in California. The next thing is really talking about this re-entry. So after an event has happened, it could be a suicide, it could be some trauma in the community, it could be something that's happening. How do we work to reintegrate that student back into the classroom, and how do we work to make sure that our culture hasn't completely shifted? We kind of realign. And California does have some state guidance related to that. And in Maryland, that information is really captured at the LEA level. It's going to be in the emergency plans, it's going to be in state policy, in their local LEA policies, or it's going to be in kind of individual school policies. And so that information is also captured there. The other state that I want to highlight that's also doing some innovative work that is similar to Maryland is Washington. So in Washington, what they've created are these one-page kind of documents that supplement what they have at the state level. So Washington has developed guidance and handouts for teachers, families, and community members, as well as some of their behavioral health navigators. And those are people that are helping to support the work at each individual district.
So we want to close with looking a little bit at what our LEAs are doing. So first, we want to start with the crisis response teams that they have at many of our LEAs. These exist if there is a crisis that the LEA the principal can reach out to the central office and contact the district level crisis response team, who will come to the school and assist the school administration with additional services. It may be at the community level, because many counties and city have their own crisis response teams. And of course, it can be, we're proud to say, at the state level. At the state level, Maryland has the Maryland School Mental Health Response Team. And you can see the numbers of factors and examples that our Maryland Mental Health Response Team provides. We dispatch members of the team to a school. If there is a trauma or an event, what we do as protocol is the first thing that we do from here is we contact the central office. We ask them, we extend our concern, and we ask them if there's anything we can do. Can we come tomorrow? Do you need us tomorrow? Do you need us in 2 days? And we offer those services. Believe it or not, many times the services that we provide are to the adults in the building, because the adults that are there know the students, and the students will come to them. They don't know us. One of the things they do is sometimes they go in and put a less casual. They don't go in a suit and tie, just a little, not casual, but just a little casual. And believe it or not, it is the adults who need to decompress, who may have lost a student in their classroom. It's hard. It's really hard. Maybe they knew the student very closely, and maybe they were a coach, maybe they were a school counselor, or maybe a teacher. But they remain available to the staff to assist them as they go through. They may come back for a couple of days. Having this school mental health response program has been invaluable. They do many other things with, you can see in a regular process, they provide professional development, technical assistance, they work with student teams, they talk about individual cases of students that they may need assistance with. We also do the Maryland Suicide Prevention Training that April has already spoken about. I won't go into that in more detail, but this shows you the method of training. In this case, you can see that 52% of the LEAs use locally developed training, 48% of them use some kind of support program. It may be schools or vector training. These are online training programs that are that the LEAs in Maryland may use to deliver the training that is necessary. So next steps, what are we committed to doing? We're committed to make sure that all the things that we described are done to the very best of our ability and support the LEAs to the very best that we can. We also want to develop some additional model training materials that are outlined, that you've seen, that April talked about, that we can provide to say, here's something, here's a model training program that you could use. You don't have to use this. You may have another training that is really perfected for your schools in your district. We also are looking at developing communication materials. If they need a letter, we will have sample letters if it needs to be a letter going out. Most letters are vetted, just like letters here. They may be vetted by their legal, they may be vetted by their communication office, but we will provide some of this. And then the other is that we provide training and professional development. In fact, in 45 minutes, April is going to be doing a webinar on behavioral interventions, because we have a series of 6 webinars that we are offering, started in March.
Yes.
And will go through the end of May. We had over 800 educators sign up for this. 800. And we're giving a credit. So we've applied, and if they do all the work and attend all 6, they can get a credit. And we're going to offer it again in the fall, because everybody couldn't get in. So there's a lot going on. We wanted to share with you some of our concerns and what's real out there, and what we're doing as a state and what the LEAs are doing. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. This was a very good briefing. I'd like to open it up now for comments or questions from the board. Mr. Gear? Ms. McCusker?
Yeah, this is very important work, and appreciate this, and Commissioner Wilcox, Dr. Wilcox, for bringing it forward. So thank you to this. I just, during lunch, was reading news clippings and saw that there's something in the 74 today about work that California is doing to release, there's 2 apps that are out. And so then it brought forth the question for me that we don't necessarily have tools like apps that students can connect with. I think in my naive way, when I was reading it, I was like, oh, that's an interesting way to actually connect through tools like BetterHelp or other tools that exist in the marketplace already that are geared towards students that leverage the tool that is in their hands all day, all the time. And I know it supports adults in different ways, but I also thought of it as a way to reduce the burden on the already taxed counselors and school support staff who are going to be called on to do a ton of this work. And I know that it's difficult. It could just be an additional set of tools. I'm sure that we're exploring it, but it sparked for me at lunch, and I was like, oh, just let's talk about it. Yeah.
Thanks, we'll take a look at it.
I just wanted to thank you for the tremendous amount of work that you put in to bring this to the board at board members' request, and bringing it not only to us today, but you brought it to education policy. There were meetings behind the scenes prior to those presentations, and I know that your office put in a lot of work, and I appreciate it. It's important work. We are in, I think, a crisis of mental health for our young people, and knowing as a board what supports are in place that helps us to decide what next steps ought to be, or whether, whatever it is we can do to support the locals and children across the state. So I know it was a tremendous lift. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Thanks.
Dr. Johnson?
Thank you again for the report. It's a downer after we had all that excitement.
I know. Yeah,
But
sorry.
this is very important information. Where is this going to live? Will this live on the MSD website or?
The PowerPoint or
Yes.
the YRBS data or all of it?
All of it.
All of it. We do have a website, and with lots of materials, we certainly can put this PowerPoint up. It's on the website of the state board.
Yeah.
It's a hot link, but we do have a number of materials and more to come. There's lots going on. This is just the tip of the iceberg. There's some really I have a really talented team that sometimes I say, you have all these ideas, and we have to make sure that we accomplish all of them, right? So we look at work plans and things, but lots are going on. So I really appreciate your support, and they appreciate it. We talk so much about the content, but if we don't have the mental health supports that students need, that's what it's about, so that they can do the best job that they can. We'll put it on the website.
The community at large to know that we're really in a crisis right at this point. So this is great information to have out there.
Thank you.
Ms. Chang?
Yeah, thank you for the sharing for this information. One question I want to raise is that is there a goal, say, we are looking at the data, especially some training data, some of numbers of certified personnel in the school district-wide, that we kind of break it down to the school level, because I know some of the district might be short of staff or kind of remote, cannot get to it, or for some reason, but we wanted to kind of value those students also to provide them proper resources. So what I'm asking is, do we have a goal to shoot for, hey, 10% of each school have 10% of staff got trained?
So we do collect the data on the number of teachers that are trained. This is a requirement. It's in statute. You've got it in regulation. So they are required to train all students, all educators. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Paul?
Let me echo the thanks that everyone has done. It's awesome. You cited the height book, which I loved, and one big question that is in my mind is thinking about some of the things he points to, which is like we need young people to have more unstructured time to learn conflict resolution and resilience, and we got to figure out a solution to the smartphone thing. One thing I'm curious about is the state is big. I mean, maybe not compared to California, but bigger. There's a lot of people. I'm curious what we can do to encourage experimentation among schools around the state, where school leaders or LEAs can try to, play with potential solutions, that would be hard for us to roll out from the top down. But if we see things working, that's something that we can help promote as a State Department. So I'm curious about what your take is on how to encourage that kind of experimentation, whether it is our role to encourage that kind of experimentation, and what you think that should look like.
Well, I'll just give you an example of one of the things that we do. So the mental health response team works with all the LEAs, and once a month they have a community of practice, and they've done that. This is the second year, and we're going into May, and they develop or identify topics. So last year, every month they had a set of topics. This year, every month they have a set of topics. And what they like, they, meaning the LEAs, like the most is they will highlight a topic and maybe they have an expert who will talk for a little bit. But then they pick LEAs that are especially, they may have a best practice. And so they might pick the three of you because you represent the different LEAs. And then they present a little bit. I'm not talking about long presentations. And then they discuss them. And those are the most powerful because they're their colleagues that are in their shoes doing the same thing. Oh, that worked for you. And so that's one of the, you ask, and that's one of the things that we are doing, and the mental health response team does that. And I know that they get, I see the results, and it's really powerful, and it's always talking to each other that they like the best.
I think that sounds so wonderful. And I think there's an extent to which there's knowledge that people don't have, and what we need is we need training modules to like get information out there. And then there's also just unusual things that are possible. And whatever we can do to create the space and the sense of freedom and experimentation to try to solve these big unsolved problems that are affecting our young people in really deep and persistent and new ways. I'm really behind that. I know a lot of people are. So thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great presentation. When I met with the Principals Association, one of the things that one of the principals said, a couple of them said was, when something happens to a child, it affects, the trauma is not just limited to the child. It's the entire school. It could be cafeteria workers, bus drivers, whatever. And they were appreciative of what's been done and just saying that they just need more of that to be able to support. So nicely done, nicely done.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Wright.
This time we're going to go to Carroll County.
Yes.
I think they're coming in virtually.
They are, but I'm going to ask Dr. Collins to come to the table and Richard Kincaid to come to the table. We had an amazing school visit at the Carroll County Career and Technical Center. You were there, President Crawford, so you can vouch for that, as was Dr. Ketty, who was there, enjoyed it as well. So they're going to talk to you a little bit about that, and then we also have a short video that we're going to show you, and you're going to hear directly from the principal, I believe, Tom Riddle, and other staff from that school. Good visit.
Great. While they're setting up, they let me get in one of those semi-big rig trucks, and they left the keys in there. I can't tell you how hard it was to not to start that thing. I mean, it just took everything inside of me to not touch those keys. But I kept watching the keys. I kept watching the keys. I kept watching them. They kept watching me, so I said, I won't do that because that wouldn't look right for the. You don't think it would start? Okay. Well, that's good. That's good because it just. Can you imagine in your local newspaper, the Maryland State Board president drives away, knocks down the garage door at the CTE. Yeah. Whenever they're ready.
Well, President Crawford, we actually have a photograph of you up in that vehicle somewhere in this presentation, so watch for it.
Well, let me ask you a question. If I had started that, could I have started that truck? But that truck was running. The people here said that it wouldn't run. I think it would have run.
It
Bill, what do you
absolutely
think?
would have run.
It would have run, see? I told you. I told you. I told you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, board members, and thank you so much for the opportunity to share the latest in career and technical education in Carroll County Public Schools. I just want to take a minute to introduce the staff that will be participating in this presentation. We have Nick Shockney, the Assistant Superintendent of Instruction, Bill Eccles, the Supervisor of Career and Technical Education, and Tom Riddle, the Principal of the Carroll County Career and Technology Center. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Shockney.
Actually, Dr. McCabe, we're going to give an overview information just to make sure the board and the community know a little bit about CTE, and then I'll turn it back over to the team. Does that work?
Great, thank you.
Okay. So we will be brief. We just wanted to share with you information about the CTE system in Maryland. Again, good afternoon, board members. Dr. Collins, Deputy for Teaching and Learning. Talk about some quick connections to the blueprint. Mr. Kincaid will talk about progress to date, and then we'll turn it over to the Carroll County team. So the purpose of the Perkins, it's Perkins 5, you'll hear that, but it's the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Education Act, is really to increase funding for career and technical education programs, preparing students for the workforce. It was first authorized in 1984, then again in 1988, then in 2006, and now in 2019, we have Perkins 5. It's continued. Congress has continued to make a commitment to funding. They have really poured a lot of funding and support and interest in the workforce. So about $1.4 billion annually is poured into Perkins 5. And it really is supposed to support every student, and Richard will talk about that. Students with disabilities, multilingual learners, homeless students. It really supports any child that's interested in not just college, but also career. And as you'll see there, Maryland gets a little over $20 million. Just to give you a quick overview of how the funds are allocated, our local fund is about $17 million. It's based on a formula that goes to our LEAs. Then there's also a state leadership amount, and that's for non-traditional schools, as well as other individuals serving at our state institutions. And then the last portion is our state administration funds, which is about a little bit over less than $1 million that we do here. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Kincaid.
Great, thank you very much. So as Dr. Collins had mentioned, CTE and the Perkins grant in particular should be considered as a holistic school approach to supporting students, not only academically, but also into a career of their choice. So as a result, we would expect in our CTE programs to see rigorous academic and technical content that is combined with one another so that a student can get that balanced education. We also want to make sure through CTE programming, students have multiple entry and exit points. These are 16, 17, and 18-year-old students who are very much still exploring sort of what they want to do in life. And we want to make sure that they have multiple opportunities to explore the careers that they potentially want to go into either right after graduation or into post-secondary. We also have to ensure that all of the programs that we offer through our schools are aligned to industry. So our schools are currently in the process of doing a biannual comprehensive local needs assessment where they work with their local community colleges, their workforce boards to make these alignments with the industry so that we're not training students in pathways that don't lead to good jobs or post-secondary education. We also want to provide access to post-secondary credentials of value. So this is a hot topic right now around industry-recognized credentials and also apprenticeships, which is one of our calls and mandates through the blueprint. And so all of our CTE programs, if they don't currently have that sort of alignment, that's the process we're working through right now to make sure that they do, so that our students can graduate with these credentials of value to do what's next. The work-based learning element in Maryland, we call that apprenticeships, but it really should be thought of as a continuum approach kids in 5th grade, early middle school, having that career awareness and exploration opportunities. And then as they move into high school, having those internships and the apprenticeship programs available to them so that they can explore what the world of work looks like. And then also coordination between post-secondary and secondary programs. So the alignment between what's happening at high schools and the community college becomes absolutely critical to that pipeline into the world of work that CT really is focused on achieving. And then, as I had mentioned, that career exploration and awareness component as early as 5th grade. In Maryland, we organize very similar to all of our other national partners across the country into career clusters. These are going to be broad categories like health science and biosciences or information technology. In Maryland, we have 10 career clusters. Nationally, there are 16. In Maryland, back in 2018, we combined a couple of those national clusters and condensed them so that it fit our economy and our system a little bit better. And so that's why you see 10 and not 16. As Dr. Collins had mentioned, CT programs are focused on special populations. And so when we start disaggregating our enrollment data and our persistence data, we're really interested in how special population students not only initially enroll into our programs, but making sure, like by looking at the data, looking at the instructional supports, and looking at our pipeline, that they're able to persist in those programs as well. Like, do they have the holistic supports in order to be successful, just like every other student within CT programs? So this slide really does show all of the different areas where we slice and dice the data to disaggregate and look at our student populations. If you are interested in learning a little bit more about CT development standards and the work that goes into deciding what programs should exist and which ones shouldn't, there's the link to COMAR. Feel free. I keep a copy, handy in my living room so that I can do some light reading and encourage you to do the same. Little update on CT and blueprint alignment. There are a number of priorities that CTE either directly supports or adjacently supports, and we wanted to call attention to those on this slide. First and foremost, working with the CTE committee and the Governor's Workforce Development Board on a framework for high quality CTE. This is a mandate that's called out specifically in Pillar 3 of the blueprint. You'll see the first iterations of that at the May CTE committee meeting. We've been partnering very closely on that work, and we'll be excited to showcase what that looks like for the broader state. Additionally, determining credentials of value and the industry recognized credentials, also a Pillar 3 component. Ensuring equity and access is a blending of Pillars 2 and 3. One of the tasks that we have done internally is to completely revamp our methods of administration monitoring. So this is monitoring that we do on behalf of the Office of Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Education. The lens is through CTE programming, and we look at access to programming, equitable distribution of resources across LEAs in the state, and other components. Additionally, through the career counseling or career coaching, as it's now starting to sort of be known within Pillar 3, really working to systematize what career coaching looks like so that every student across the state, when they have these conversations every year, we're able to have a certain level of assurance of what these outcomes are going to look like and what the conversations might be when you're standing up in front of an auditorium of students or sitting down one-on-one with a student for their planning processes. And then, of course, the large goal in Pillar 3 is our 45% goal. That says that by 2030-31 school year, 45% of all high school graduates in the state of Maryland will either participate in the high school level of a registered apprenticeship program or earn an industry recognized credential. So this is something that the CTE committee and labor and commerce and the AIB and MHEC and MSD, we've all been engaged in these conversations to really make sure that we're defining this appropriately so that we not only include all students, but we are also leading all students to a promising career or post-secondary training. And I'll tell you, this is a big challenge. This definition will be hopefully decided on also by the end of May through the CT's committee's May meeting. But we're really excited to finally decide what the high school level means so that we can start embarking on supporting our students, our teachers, our LEAs, and our workforce partners. So that's an update on our blueprint priorities. A couple of additional items that we've been working through. I'll run through this very quickly. Some of the highlights that I didn't touch on the other slide. As I had mentioned, we're working on a comprehensive local needs assessment. This is required by statute. The federal government requires us to evaluate all aspects of LEA CTE programming biannually. And then the results of that data-driven approach inform their local application to receive the federal funds. So that 85%, that $17 million that Dr. Collins had mentioned on that first slide, is the money that they receive based on their local applications that's driven by the data that they use through this comprehensive local needs assessment. And so it all really works together to make sure that we are aligning our systems appropriately across the state. Additionally, one of the last items on this slide that I want to call your attention to is our state-determined performance levels. These are currently out for public comment until May 7th. These are the federal indicators around graduation rates, the level of proficiency on math, science, and ELA MCAPs, persistence in the post-secondary programs, and then the percentage of students participating in work-based learning. The federal government requires every state to set performance levels as targets for each of their LEAs to meet. And if an LEA doesn't meet these targets, then they go into corrective action. Very similarly, we as a state, if we don't meet these performance targets, we also would go into performance action. Happy to report that our most recent report to the federal government, we are high flying in all of these categories. So we're really excited about that. But also these state determined performance levels, you kind of say a prayer at the beginning of the 4-year period that you're setting the benchmarks correctly. So over the next 4 years, you're stretching the system, but you're also not breaking the system based on those goals and those performance levels that are being created. So if you would like to learn more about those, I'm happy to share those performance levels with you. And certainly on the MSD website, they are open for public comment. Would always welcome your comments and feedback on that as well. Turn it over to Dr. Collins now to talk through some of the events that we did in February for CTE month.
Yes, so February was CTE month, and that's why we have Carroll County here to spotlight them. But just a few of the events, got to visit, Dr. Wright visited Carroll County Technical Center, and the principal is here with us. You'll get to meet him. Just spotlighted their programming. St. Mary's County Public Schools, they have 100 active industry partners. That's incredible. They have a student advisory committee. There was a breakfast there. There were teachers, Baltimore City Public Schools, and the Requity Foundation launched a joint youth apprenticeship program. Caroline County Public Schools celebrated a new local school system-based apprenticeship program for students that goes into IT as well as culinary arts. The CTE committee met in Montgomery County for the quarterly visit. I was able to attend that one, and they got to tour Thomas Edison School of Technology. Worcester Technical High School hosted MSDE and the community members for a youth apprenticeship luncheon, which was fun. And then our own MSDE communications team and Office of College and Career Pathways developed a huge social media campaign. We wanted to bust some of the myths about CTE, so that was exciting for us. So without further ado, we want to pass it off to our Carroll County Public Schools team to share with you the great work that's happening in their LEA. And Dr. McCabe, we do have your slides up, and we'll pin you all so that everyone can see who we're talking to.
Great. I'll go ahead and get us started. If you could take us to the second slide, please. Great, thank you so much. Carroll County Public Schools has a robust career development program. High school students have the opportunity to engage in a career and technical education program of study to prepare themselves for a career. We offer CTE programs at each high school and the Career and Technology Center. Many of the CTE programs have an added value component of an industry recognized credential and/or transcripted college credit. These added value components are a great advantage to our students in preparing for life after high school. There is substantial community support for our CTE programming. Local businesses and community agencies send their employees into our schools to be guest speakers, provide mock job interviews, or mentor our students. They are very welcoming of our students in the workplace for job shadows, internships, and apprentices. Additionally, many businesses and community partners serve on our advisory committees. Next slide, please.
Okay. So I get the joy of hosting our local advisory committee council meetings 4 times a year. We have a very active local advisory council here in Carroll County. The Board of Education appoints the council members and their local business partners that provide guidance and feedback on our CTE initiatives. So in addition to the 4 formal meetings, the LAC assists with data review for the comprehensive local needs assessment that Mr. Kincaid mentioned, and also provides input on programs that should be added or amended given the changes in technology, industry trends, or growth opportunities. In addition to the LAC, the CTE programs each have their own program advisory committee, or PAC as we call them. These committees provide specific guidance to our instructors on equipment, training, and safety for the specific program area. Each PAC meets at least twice a year so that our instructors can stay current on industry trends. And then a great example of the benefit of these partnerships is in our development of the Apprenticeship Maryland program. The LAC was involved greatly in the discussions surrounding the launch of apprenticeships for our students. And in response to the information that was shared and seeing the benefits to both our students and to their own companies, we've had 2 of our LAC members local employers, elect to become youth apprenticeship hosts through the Maryland Apprenticeship and Training Council, or MATC. And so both Mudgets Auto Body and CLSI have apprentices this semester, and they're very pleased with how those students are working and performing on the job as they learn their new skills. So that's been a tremendous connection for us to be talking about a new initiative with the LAC, have members of the LAC join the initiative, and students are out learning and working as we speak. Next slide, please. So as we talk about apprenticeships, we have been diligently, like I said, working to build a robust apprenticeship program. We started with 2 apprentices at Lorien Health Systems, and we've grown to 18 apprentices this school year. Since we were asking our local businesses and community agencies to become apprenticeship sites, I thought it was only appropriate that we lead by example. So I went up and talked to Dr. McCabe and Mr. Shockney, and how can we become the example to the community? And so we have become an apprenticeship host for a variety of roles throughout the school system. We have 6 apprentices hired this semester, working in several elementary schools and a middle school as education apprentices, helping out our teaching staff there, and also in our technology services department. And then we're working to expand that program and bring students into our facilities department and our transportation departments this summer. So we're growing the program and leading by example and bringing the community along with us. Next slide, please.
So good afternoon, I am Tom Riddle. I'm very lucky to be the principal of the Career and Technology Center. We serve students from all 8 of our high schools in the county. That's approximately 1,400 students, juniors and seniors, are enrolled in a program at the Tech Center each year. They split their time between their home school and the Tech Center. Just to put that number in perspective, that's about 37% of all graduating seniors in CCPS come through the Tech Center at some point. The Tech Center is getting ready to complete their 5-year renovation at the end of this summer. The purpose of this renovation was to modernize the facilities so that they fully modeled industry and workplace settings. We have 25 completed programs at the Tech Center. And as was mentioned, students in all of our programs here either have the ability to earn college credit or industry recognized credentials at the completion of their program. Next slide, please. Just to highlight some of the amazing things that go on here every day, in addition to classroom instruction and curriculum, most of our programs also maintain a school-based enterprise. Two of the most notable ones, 3 days a week, are students in our cosmetology program maintain a full salon, and that's open to members of the public. 2 days a week, students in our culinary programs provide lunch service in a restaurant format. Some other highlights in our building: the print production program consistently takes orders for banners, signs, invitations, and stationery products for the community. Our video production program has made reels and highlights for different organizations. This year, they had a specific contract with one of the local private schools to cover their sporting events. Our carpentry program is currently selling sheds that they produced. And a very exciting project being led by our carpentry program is that they will be building a tiny house that will involve carpentry, HVAC, electrical, and the drafting program. And that project is currently being supported by the state of Maryland as part of Governor Moore's affordable housing initiative. And in addition to the work that they do every day with the Coastal Conservation Association building reef balls, our masonry students have the option to build outdoor fireplaces, brick oven pizzas, or mailboxes for sale to the community. All of the funds that students raise through these work-based enterprises go back into the program's budget for either additional materials, field trip opportunities, or to support Skills USA competitors.
Thank you, Mr. Riddle. I am very proud to put the spotlight on one of our students. Liam Rogers is a 12th grade student at Liberty High School. At the Career and Tech Center, he is in the Applied Mechanical Engineering program. He earned NIMS certifications for materials, measurements, and safety in bench work and in layout. About the Career and Tech Center, Liam says that not only are you exposed to a network of contacts in the trade, but you also get skills you will get nowhere else at this level of education. Liam is also an intern at the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Lab, and at APL, he works on electrical and mechanical fabrication for parts needed for space and defense contracts. After graduation, Liam plans to either stay with APL or enter the Army as a linguist. So that was just a nice highlight of one of our students taking advantage of the career and technical program. So at this point, we have completed the information that we have to share. And if there are any questions, we'd be happy to take them.
The floor is now open for questions or comments. Dr. Getty?
I would just like to congratulate Tom Riddle for being named Principal of the Year for Carroll County Public Schools. Good job, Tom. Kudos to you, and hello to your wife.
Thank you, Dr. Getty.
Congratulations. I guess on an earlier visit, one of the things that I was very impressed with was you had built into the program a block of instruction I will just label as entrepreneurship. So children, in addition to learning a particular skill, they also were prepared to perhaps at some point even go into their own business to become entrepreneurs. I was very impressed with that as well.
Yes, that's definitely a part of everything we do there, not only imparting the skills and technical education and knowledge, but also the business and entrepreneurship portion of the learning so that they can go out and own their own businesses if they so choose to do so.
Excellent. Ms. Chang, and then Mr. Paul.
Yeah, I want to thank you for this opportunity for your presentation and celebrate the CTE month in this month. Yeah, I was joining the school visit. It was very wonderful experience, especially hear from the students who are in the program and speak to it and express how the school be able to accommodate their schedule. I think they're very happy to be able to pursue their high school graduation credits on top of the certificate and go through the program. I think that's very rewarding to them and make this program even stronger with all your support and hard work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Paul, yes, sir.
First off, let me say how pumped I am about this. This is so great, really exciting presentation from both MSD staff in Carroll County. Second of all, Liam R. really makes me feel bad about my high school self. What an industrious young person, and it's awesome to see a system that is giving him opportunities, and many like him, but obviously we need more, giving them opportunities to flourish in these different, very specific, concrete ways that will bear fruit in their lives. I'm curious about the human capital side of this. So what are the challenges, then this is either for MSD staff or for Carroll County, what are the challenges we've experienced in recruiting, certifying, retaining people who are educators and maybe professionals who then come into education, the right people to mentor students in this way? And what are the successes we've experienced or we've had in overcoming some of those challenges? Where do you think we need to go with that?
So I'll turn it to our Carroll County friends first, because this impacts you every year very directly.
So I'll start, and then Mr. Eccles or Mr. Riddle can follow up. But I would say in general, as we all know, there is a teacher shortage, and it affects every content area that we have, and it very much affects career and technical education as well, since these are very specific program areas with very specific skills that we're looking for in a teacher for our program. So we do struggle to find the right people to put in those classrooms, but so far we've been able to really use the network we have in our own community to find very good people to put in front of our students. Mr. Eccles or Mr. Riddle, would you like to add to that?
Sure. So it is a challenge to bring on new staff. A lot of times, if you're looking for someone who is a master technician in their field, and so they have 20, 25 years of experience there, and then you ask them to switch over to become an educator, and so you have to learn a new job and figure out how to work with students and impart your knowledge to them. And you have to go earn your teacher certification. So you have to take classes at night while you're switching to this new role. And often what the school system's starting salary for a new teacher does not match the salary for a master technician. So we do run into challenges with that. But as Dr. McCabe said, our network, we have many students, and Dr. Wright, I think, commented on it when she was on the visit. We had a display up of all of our teachers at the Career and Technology Center who were previously students at the Career and Technology Center. So we have a lot of our staff come back to us. They go out, they work in the industry for some period of time, but then they decide that they would like to give back. And that has been our biggest recruitment effort, is that network of former students, our alumni who want to give back, who understand the power of the programs and are willing to join us so they can have the next generation of students have the successes that they've had.
Yes,
I would
Mr.
just
McCusker.
add to the
I'm
importance
sorry,
of
go ahead.
once
Mr.
we
Riddle,
have
go
them.
ahead.
Just adding to what Mr. Eccles says, once we hire these folks, just supporting them. Fortunately, in our system, Mr. Eccles and I have autonomy to make sure that we're differentiating the professional learning for the folks here. So while they need to know everything that a regular teacher does, we're also supporting them in ways that are different because their classroom is totally unique to any other setting, and making sure that both our administration staff here and Mr. Eccles' staff at central office is supporting their needs with resources and different opportunities for them to learn, since there's no one else in the county for them to really collaborate with.
Excellent. Ms. McCusker.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted you to talk a little bit about how you're managing the challenge, the space challenge. You know, the Career and Tech Center, as beautiful as it is in its new form, and I mean, those spaces are amazing, and they look just like the industry spaces. So it's a really great thing. But you can only house so many students at the Career and Tech Center. How are you leveraging other buildings? How are you leveraging partnerships to offer a wider range of services to students, a wider range of programs, so that more children can be involved in these programs?
Mr. Eccles, would you like to take that?
Sure. So as big as our tech center is now, it's never going to be big enough to house all of students who are interested in taking CTE programming. And so we've always had and continue to grow our programs that are in our comprehensive high schools. So every comprehensive high school has a variety of CTE programming available to the students. Additionally, we run some programs regionally. So they're not at the tech center, they're at one of our high schools. But for instance, we have our JROTC program is at Winters Mill High School and Century High School. But students from every high school can attend that. So we run buses all over the county. We move the kids all over the place to get them to these programs. In addition to the programs we have at our comprehensive schools, we also have partnership with the community college. And so we have some programming that's offered at the community college for our students to pursue their CTE certifications. And then, of course, apprenticeship is our biggest avenue, because the whole community is our classroom, and we can have students at whatever location that's most appropriate.
Any other questions, comments? Again, thank you so much, Carroll County and the MSD staff. We appreciate this greatly. Thank you. It was a great visit. Thank you. We'll now move to we don't take a break. We'll take the 5-minute break and then right back. Okay, let's do that. 5-minute break and then come right back, and then we'll come back and the joint implementation policy, dual enrollment. Yep, and legislative. This is the first, I think the first joint implementation policy. I'm going to ask Dr. Michael to say a few words, and then we'll turn it over to the MSD staff. But this joint policy, from my perspective, addresses one of the concerns that we heard at the beginning of the blueprint with the AIB and others, and we heard it from local boards and superintendents, and that is a concern that they would be receiving conflicting guidance from the two boards, and then how would they reconcile it? Well, this is a step in the direction of something new and landmark, and I think this will be a good first initiative. Dr. Michael, would you just share just a little bit on this?
Absolutely. So, as President Crawford said, this is the first of its kind, a joint policy. This actually won't be official until AIB takes it up at their next meeting in May, should they adopt the language exactly as we have. But first, I do want to acknowledge, and then we'll turn it over on the specifics, this did not run through Education Policy Committee. And the reason that is because this actually came out of the legislative session, and the timing of it did not allow us to bring it to Ed Policy. We coalesced around some recommendations at our last leadership meeting with leadership with AIB, then had the opportunity to work through some initial recommendations and then revise those based on feedback from representative superintendents at the superintendent's work group, and then a full meeting with PZAM. And so really pleased that this will be the first of as many that are needed for us to provide that type of policy that provides the guardrails for consistency and implementation as we're working through the important matters related to blueprint implementation. So maybe I'll loop back around if there are any mixed holes, but pleased to turn it over, Dr. Wright or Phil, whoever's ready.
Yeah, Phil's going to walk you through a little bit of it, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Great. All right. Thank you, Dr. Wright. Yes, so we are here today to look at the requirements that the LEAs have for covering the costs of the post-CCR pathways, especially with those dual enrollment classes. The blueprint statute lays out that the post-CCR pathways should be available to students at no cost to the student or their family. However, with the new CCR standard that the board adopted in January, there's a little bit of disconnect in timing with the budget process that comes through, and with conversations with between the state board, MSDE, AIB staff, as well as very much driven by the LEAs and their superintendents as well. We have found that there is the budget constraint for fiscal 25, which is aligns to school year 24-25. So starting July 1 for fiscal year 2025, there's the bit of budget constraint there for the dual enrollment courses. The dual enrollment has really expanded in the last couple of years. It's one of the great successes of the blueprint so far is that we are seeing more and more students enrolling in these dual enrollment courses, which is great. However, as I said, the new CCR standard allows more students to be recognized for being the CCR standard, which also we are very excited about. So what we have here is a way to make sure that as many students as possible still get to take advantage of those dual enrollment courses at no cost to the student or to their family, and to be able to share all of that and still make the budgets work for the LEAs. So with that in mind, with the support of the State Board and the AIB, this past legislative session that just ended as well, one of the bills that passed included a provision that allows the state board and AIB together to limit the number of dual enrollment courses that the LEAs are obligated to pay for, which should help their budget constraints as well. So with the new authority by the bill that was just signed by the governor about 5 days ago, I believe. So under that new authority, MSD is now recommending this state board and AIB together jointly adopt this policy that should allow for more students to take dual enrollment and but still be able to allow the LEAs to balance their budgets at the end of the day. So you should have the document in all of your packets. It's posted online as well. The action items from the policy state that, again, as Dr. Michael mentioned, the state board and AIB both need to adopt these. But if so, it says that for students who meet the CCR standard, and only for those students who meet the CCR standard, the LEAs, local education agencies, would be responsible for, at a minimum, 2 dual enrollment courses per fall and spring semester per student, for a possible total of 4 dual enrollment courses per year per student. LEAs may choose to cover the cost of additional courses, tuitions, and fees above those 4 courses, but they are responsible at a minimum for 4 courses per year per student. Students may also enroll in additional dual enrollment courses beyond those covered by the LEAs. Any additional courses would be the responsibility of that student, of that family. As well as we want to reinforce that number 4 on here, that students who have not yet met the CCR standard still have initial access to the post-CCR pathways, such as the developmental co-requisite dual enrollment courses, and introductory CTE courses as well, so that this is not the only way that students are able to continue their educational career. And finally, as well, consistent with the new legislation that was there, the recommendation is that this policy is in effect for fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026, and that recommend that the state board and AIB come back, have a review and discussion of this again in fall of 2025 to determine whether this should be extended for fiscal year 2027 or if any revisions are needed as well. So that is the proposal that MSD recommends for the state board to take.
The floor is now open for questions or clarification. Yes, Ms. McCusker.
So we're looking at the possibility of adopting it today, but it won't actually be adopted till AIB gets it at their May meeting. And I'm sure that you're going to tell me yes, but I'm just going to ask, has there been sufficient conversation with AIB to know that this wording is probably going to be, if we adopt it, probably adopted by them as well? I mean, we're not going to wrangle over this for months, that this wording, that stuff happens, that this wording, stop it. That this wording is going to jive, and it's going to probably not become a semantics argument over the next 2 or 3 months.
No, I can assure you that this was a real collaborative effort between both the AIB board and the state board leadership, and that's hence the reason you see both those logos at the top, because
yeah.
everybody's come to agreement. But it's really been a wonderfully collaborative relationship with the board, both boards, and we've had discussions about lots of different things, but in the end, we've always been able to come to consensus, and so that's been a really good thing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Dr. Michael.
Two details I want to add on. The first is, just want to be as transparent as possible. The districts are receiving, we saw this, we've received communication. They are experiencing $8 million cut on dual enrollment this year. I didn't know it. I don't know if we all know it, but we actually created this problem by not adopting the CCR standard for the new CCR standard for school year 23-24. There was a holdover on, the blueprint had that standard allocation that ran all the way through, and the intent was for the CCR standard to be in place for this school year. We didn't take action, and so what we were using as the previous interim standard dropped the numbers quite substantially. So it really is our, we need to own this gap in the year. And so I just want to lift that. There is some nuance here that I just want to lift that Mr. Lasser reviewed. The limit is 2 per semester. It is not 4 per year. It is up to 4 per year, but the limit is 2 per semester. So you can't do 1 in the fall and 3 in the spring. You can do 1 in the fall and 2 in the spring, or 2 in the fall and 2 in the spring. But you can't compensate with the fall or spring in the way this structures. Good question. As we were working this through and talking through, having the possibility of doing 3 or 4 in one semester creates, particularly in this current year, a lot of potential unanticipated enrollment jumps from one semester to the other that are harder to plan for. So it's something we'll revisit, but from a schedule. And so the other piece of it is the scheduling element. So think about for a high schooler, maybe they take 1 in the fall. All of a sudden, if they take 3, what are the implications on the high school schedule on the other side? These are all of the implementation pieces. The feedback we received is we're not doing this quite at scale yet, and we're still learning how this will all play out.
Dr. Johnson.
Do we know what courses our students are duly enrolling in? Is it the gen ed courses, or do we know?
Great. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Kelly's Williamson. I serve as the post-secondary credit and P-TECH coordinator. And as far as the courses that students are taking, they are more along the pathway of a broader range, so more general education courses. They are listed through the MLDS system and center, who reports on them often. I don't have a full list of courses that are offered, but they are available on the MLDS center website.
This is one of those pieces of feedback that we received from superintendents, is seeking a little bit more guidance on that, on what are courses that ought to be. Remember that there are different layers of policy and guidance that we can provide. These 5 pieces are the high levels that we really wanted in policy. We expect MSDE and AIB to continue to provide further guidance in that superintendent guidance lane to really continue to shape that portion, which courses ought to be taken, or is there a limit to what a course could be taken or not within the dual enrollment scope of the blueprint. So we're kind of expecting to work with our experts at MSDE, and that would go out in a kind of different layer of guidance moving forward. This guidance is critical for superintendents for planning now for enrollment and those partnerships with community colleges for enrollment next year.
And I can say that the superintendents, I'm sorry.
No, please.
The superintendents have just been really appreciative of this conversation and this consideration. So lots of positive feedback from them that we were all genuinely sitting at the table trying to resolve this issue. And this was, I think, a good compromise issue. And in fact, we've still received a lot of feedback once we kind of settled on this, that the superintendents are very appreciative that we're taking this step.
Dr. Colson and then Dr. Getty.
Thank you. I know what Rachel just said about the language, but I have just one little bitty small nuance that I think should be changed, sorry. And it's at the bottom of page 2. It says, under this new authority, the state board and AIB consulted with the local superintendents and other strategic partners, da-da-da-da-da. Is it possible for us to change either the state board to MSDE? Because we as an entity, body did not meet directly with the local superintendents. So as MSDE, we are all one.
Yep.
So that could
I don't think that's going to be a problem,
didn't think
particularly
so
if you
either.
adopt it today. I think we're good.
Okay, I didn't think so. And then the next one, I just wanted to make sure our public knew that this excludes middle college programs where we have students who are earning their associate's degrees along with their high school diplomas. So it would be impossible for them to just take 2 classes per semester in order to meet their associate degree requirement. So while it's not explicitly stated here, and on page 3, it kind of allows the LEA to do that when it says the LEA has the authority to go above it. I just want to be clear for those who are listening, it does not impact middle college students.
We expect as well, President Crawford, that there may be some local school districts where this is a real value that they fund above and beyond this minimum requirement at this, the minimum piece that we're establishing. That is a local decision. If they want to fund up to 3, 4 a semester, that may be what they choose to do with discretionary dollars from local funds.
Dr. Getty.
I have a question. We have talked about this many times, but it's in the first paragraph again. Once a student meets the CCR standard, are we currently and next year, are we going to keep children away from CTE and dual enrollment based on the CCR standard?
No. We are not trying to exclude those students who have not met the CCR standard from the CTE programming. And this is reinforced in bullet number 4 within the policy statements as well, that those students who have not yet met the CCR standard should still have access to those initial CTE courses as well. What this policy does do is does allow the LEAs to only cover the cost of the dual enrollment courses for the students who have met the CCR standard. So while the students who have not met it should still have access, the LEAs may set their own policy that they will not be covering those costs.
Can we clarify that statement then so that it's not misinterpreted by the LEAs? I have said this multiple times. We are setting up the LEAs to interpret the pathways for students and all the opportunities of internships and dual enrollment, CTE, apprenticeships for those students only that have met the CCR standard. And I personally object to that. I think those students, all students deserve all opportunities. So if it isn't literal that they have to meet the standard first, it shouldn't say that. So I would like that phrase taken out, and if you need to clarify it somewhere else, that would be great.
All right. Yes, we
Thank
can.
you.
We can take a look at that.
Okay.
I'm going to need some clarity on what it is that you're asking, because I'm not quite sure. Sorry.
And I just wanted to make a point.
No, I saw it. I just wasn't sure what she wanted.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to piggyback on that.
Okay, thank you.
On the under the background, the very first sentence, I think gets to that, which it says before the end, second line, first paragraph on the background, before the end of 10th grade and no later than the time the student graduates from high school. So that covers the time. So that's from
But then it
10
says
to
once a
12.
student meets the standard, they can enter a pathway.
I get what you're saying. It's
So,
the second sentence
I'm
after
saying
that. We're
we don't
contradicting
mean that.
ourselves.
So it's a fair point. It's a
I have
design-
said this
I know.
over and over.
It's a design part of the blueprint. There is funding in the legislature for, guaranteed funding for a set of students. The first step we have to do is, which we did, was set the standard of what being CCR ready means, and then now we're applying what that guarantees you. Policy line 4 outlines the next step for what we're doing for students that do not meet the standard. In my opinion, we have to, from my view, we have to let this play out. We have to then follow up to see what's happening. The expectation is that every student is college and career ready by the end of 12th grade. Not, precluding students from accessing CCR pathways in 11th and 12th grade will not prepare, is not a way to ensure that they are successful, that they will get college and career ready. Part of our next step of work is the CCR supports to support what will be, I believe, about 40% of students that are not CCR ready, at the end of their 10th grade year. This is the next body of work, you know, and it may be something we go to legislature for. I mean, right now, we only have dual enrollment funding, or the CCR pathway funding for the 60% that meet the standard. You know, this may be something we continue to talk about, you know, moving forward.
So if I'm, again, to try to understand where we are and what we want to do, I think we talked about this before, that we were concerned that if you exclude children who do not meet the standard, one of the unintended consequences is we'd probably see over time a significant increase in the number of children who drop out, because why go if I don't have an option? So we'd be excluding them, and we would inadvertently be creating another problem down the road. We also have, as I understand it, as Dr. Michael says, the legislation is intended to fund dual enrollment for children that meet the CCR standard. Correct me, Dr. Michael, if I'm misstating. So you're suggesting that we go forward with what we have, we monitor the situation and see how this begins to play out. And then as we also build out the support pathways, what will that look like? And then as we get some more experience and have the support pathway more clearly defined, if we need to come back with legislation, then we would do that. Is that what, did I get that right?
That's exactly right. And it is incumbent upon local school districts. We provided this guidance on CCR supports for students that don't meet the standards. I'm sorry, not just guidance. We provided in the law what must be required for them. They have some bandwidth to figure that out, and I believe it's our job to monitor that, to see how that's actually being implemented, and then we may need to revisit that as we move forward. So yes, exactly as you've outlined.
Dr. Millie McCarthy, were you getting ready to?
I am conflicted. I hear what you're saying, and I thank you for bringing it up, because once again, students who struggle are in the second step of something. And it is precisely the students who struggle who need the most help to be college and career ready, because the students who don't struggle, even before this push, found their career paths. So I struggle. I understand what you're saying, but I truly struggle if I'm going to be an advocate for students who have the potential to be left behind. I struggle with let's monitor and see. And I respect what you're saying, don't get me wrong, but I struggle with waiting to see, because these are exactly the students who we can't wait for. They need us now.
Somebody already knows the answer to the question of how many children next fall will be left out of career and tech based on not being, having the CCR standard.
But this is not about CTE, this is about dual enrollment.
Only?
Yes, this is
Okay.
just dual enrollment.
Well, it says
Dual
TTA.
enrollment.
This is dual enrollment.
Dual enrollment.
This is only for dual enrollment.
The word CTE is in bullet number 4, which may be why
Yeah.
Dr. Getty is. So if I read policy bullet 4, we're saying that a student who has not met the standard next year still has access to the coursework. It's just not paid for.
Not just access. they have to have a path, like they have to have support so that they are college and career ready by the end of 12th grade. They're not guaranteed dual enrollment in credit-bearing courses at the community college like students who met the CCR standard are. But they are guaranteed, and it is a requirement in the blueprint, that every student has access to CCR pathways. You know, what we've listed here is this notion of that may look like developmental co-requisite dual enrollment courses, CTE courses, you know, the introductory CTE courses. So if you haven't met the standard, maybe instead of taking dual enrollment, you're enrolled in an introductory CTE course while you're still working on meeting that CCR standard.
And or co-requisite dual enrollment course.
This specifically, this policy statement is about managing expectations for what students are guaranteed in terms of access to guaranteed tuition, payment, enrollment for dual enrollment courses at local community colleges.
So this is about the money and paying for kids and how many the locals are required to pay for.
And how many each child and family are entitled to.
Right. That's, okay.
Dr. Johnson.
Could you define for me post-CCR pathways? What does that mean?
Where are we looking?
Number 4.
Do you want to pick it up?
Yeah, so the post-CCR pathways, they're explained in detail on page 1. Those are those extra advanced coursework that the students will enter into at the last years of their high school experience. So many of those post-CCR pathways are going to be a series of AP advanced placement work, IB programs, dual enrollment programs that should lead towards an associate's degree, or full CTE, career technical education programs as well, that lead towards that industry recognized credential or apprenticeship. So all of those are options within post-CCR pathways.
Thank you.
Dr. Getty, in terms of your unreadiness, does this help you?
Sure.
I think it's fine. I mean,
Sure.
This is what we should be doing, is discussing these matters and figuring it out and make sure that we understand and that we're trying to figure out the best way forward. Yes.
So in a practical application, my child is not CCR ready, but my child would like to enroll in, I don't know, a CTE pathway, whatever, a CTE program. Take your pick. Masonry. They can still, according to this, start that coursework, right? They're not being locked out of it, so that they can still, while they're trying to pursue their CCER, while we're giving them supports to make them CCR ready, they can still be going towards what they're trying, what their career goal may be. We're not locking them away from that, but we're not necessarily going to pay for them to take a college class during dual enrollment class. And that's all this is saying. We're not locking kids out.
Correct.
My kid can start masonry.
Yep, sure can.
Okay.
Thank you for helping me understand. I have one more question. Okay, so my child has dyscalculia, but is very interested in literacy and literature and the humanities, and would be really ready to take college courses in the humanities, but that math is just not cutting it.
Well, the first thing I'd say is, because it's your child, maybe struggling with the test, but this goes back to our multiple measure. We've got 8th grade, 9th grade, and 10th grade to ensure success in Algebra 1, as measured either by passing the MCAP or getting the C with a 3.0. So if we're working that through, we've gotten the supports, and really the design, if our colleagues at AIB were here, they're probably itching in their seats right now watching. Our job is, our CCR supports are back end, but these are reactive, but really the design of the blueprint is to push back into elementary and middle grades. So we have more and more students, I mean, we should be approaching in a few years, approaching 90% of students meeting the CCR standard. So that group that we're working on the support pathway, it's becoming much more customized, what the supports we need to provide. So how's that? Okay.
Brief question, but based on, you know, the 5 statements we have already, have we given any thought into how the local boards, or if the local boards should regulate when students are allowed to drop dual enrollment courses? Because I know schools have different policies around, like, whether or not they'll get the refund or not. So will the families then be responsible for covering that cost? Or?
So now this is where the nuance comes in between a local education agency and the community college. The community college dictates when you can drop, and then there's an agreement that's already written up between the school system and the community college around refunds, or credits for the next semester.
And this would fall into that next layer of details. It sits between the LEA and the community colleges, as Dr. Goldson has said. And if we're finding there are common challenges across districts, we may consider superintendent guidance. You know, AIB has the ability to look at regulations across agencies. It could be something that could be taken up, but I think that's in that next layer. We know it's an issue. We've looked at we had the opportunity to look at some local district data on this, but definitely something we want to be thinking about. This is not the last time I think we'll revisit dual enrollment. This is really the first time.
Ms. Chang.
Yeah, I just want to throw out a question. I know we're looking at the public school system and say, in this rec, we have the student can only cap of 4 dual enrollment courses, 2 in each semester. But on the other end, for the higher ed or, you know, the venue, do we have anticipated like a very restricted or limited number of seats available? Because what if, so many students sign up and we don't even have space for them?
I think what we've heard from our community college partners is that is not their issue. They welcome this, and many of our community college courses are being taught in the high schools.
They're bringing the teachers to school.
Right. So this is actually, in many ways, you know, we get this thing right. This partnership between K-12 and community colleges really helps stabilize the community college enrollment to help support and promote our local community college partners.
Mm-hmm. So with that being said, there would not be a set number of students to be able to open up that course. Because I know some of the high school, if for certain AP courses, you're under 15 or 12 number of students register for the class, it is just say, hey, we are closed. We are not offering that. So there was no limit.
Yeah, that still applies. We can't, unfortunately, control the community college offerings. So that may be a case. But in most jurisdictions who work with universities, they will have dual enrollment students from the high school paired up with a regular community college student. So the classes typically overlap. But we can't control them dropping if they only have 4 or 5 students in it.
I see. So in terms of that, I'm sorry to, you know, kind of look broad, kind of zoom out a little bit. So there will be like a coordinators to kind of oversee, okay, how many students in from each school that they can kind of combine them, or
so
any strategies on that?
2 things on this. One, that's why all that enrollment's happening now for the fall semester, right? That's why this guidance, that's why we've put it on an accelerated timeline, so that by hopefully mid-May, our K-12 partners and community college partners are doing that adaptive work of enrollment now for the fall. I think that's the best thing. I think the other thing, you know, why is it important we do this? The reality is, absent this type of policy, districts are implementing their own little quasi-caps anyway. And without clear guidance from us, you know, people, it will constrain enrollment in ways, and either in practice or in local implementation. This type of policy allows for more predictability, transparency. It allows people to plan ahead of time, and creates more consistency for students and families across the state.
That's great, thank you.
Great discussion. Let me just summarize. I believe that we have one change to the policy, and we'd be substituting out the board for MSDE. So what we need to do then is we first need to have a motion to accept the policy. Then technically what we would need to do is have an amendment to the motion. Do we? No, we probably don't need to do that because it's not. It's just this is just a minor. We'll just change on the front end. So if there are no other discussion or clarification, we're seeking a motion. The state superintendent is requesting that the state board adopt the joint implementation policy #1 regarding dual enrollment with the amendment of switching the board out for MSDE. So the floor is open for a motion to do that. Dr. Johnson, seconded by Ms. Ayala. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Okay. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Okay, very good. The motion passed. Thank you very much. Great discussion. This is the kind of thing that we should be doing. Just making sure we know what we're doing, and then when we have questions, ask them, and we'll work it through. At this time, we're going to now move to the legislative update. Thank you very much, Mr. Lassen.
So coming to the table are Dr. Akila Aline and Ms. Laurel Crassley. They are the two folks that led our work through the legislation that we all were discussing on a weekly basis, and so they're here to give you a quick update on exactly where we landed on some things. So Dr. Aline, I'll turn it to you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. It's been a long day, so thank you all for having us here. I am very excited to have Laurel joining us, and before I have her introduce herself, I just wanted to say a couple words just to show my appreciation. Laurel is by far one of the best analysts I've ever worked with. I've had a number of analysts that I've worked with before and or supervised, and she's been a pleasure this session. So Laurel, thanks so much for all the work that you've done. We have a small but mighty two-person team, and it's been an amazing experience. So thanks so much. Laurel, you can introduce yourself.
Sure. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's nice to be with you all, and thank you, Dr. Eileen, for the introduction. As she stated, I'm an education policy analyst, so I'm excited to debut some of the work that we did over the course of the legislative session.
All right. Excellent. Yes, thank you. All right, so for the presentation this afternoon, we're going to keep it pretty brief. We're just going to review some of the priorities and give you a brief summary of some of the legislative actions that came out of session this year. We're also going to talk a little bit about the impacts of the bills that passed, and then we'll very, very briefly within that conversation talk a little bit about implementation efforts. Okay. So we're just starting with this slide just to remind everyone, you've seen this slide before. This is the State Board of Education's legislative principles. The reason why it's important for us to include this in the presentation is because we want the public to know that it's these principles that really set the foundation for how we entered into legislative session this year. Specifically, we were able to sift through a lot of the bills and make sure that the ones that we were advocating, supporting, or even opposing aligned in some way with these principles here. All right, so the chart that you're seeing, well, it's really just a graphic. You see a bunch of numbers here. We just want to share with you the breadth of the bills that we were able to review this session. There were in total 2,714 bills, education-specific bills, that went through the legislative session this year. So we had a lot on our hands, and it was really great to see some of the important policy topics that were of interest this session. Out of those 2,714 bills, we, the State Department of Education, tracked 275 of those. From those 275 bills, there were 225 bills that we received fiscal note requests for. And basically what that is it asks the department or the agency, what type of fiscal impact will this bill have on you all? From that 225, there were 51 in total legislative liaisons here at the department that were supporting the work of completing the fiscal notes and having those discussions with our government affairs team. So just want to give a quick personal shout out to all 51 of the legislative liaisons in each of the different offices and divisions who worked with us. Incredible job. Oftentimes they had 24 hours to get back to us on some of the questions that we had. So excellent job, and it was a pleasure working with them. And then there were 72 bills in total that the State Department of Education submitted formal testimony on throughout the session. So this slide just shares a breakdown of the testimony submissions that we provided from both the State Board of Education and the department. Out of those 72 bills, there were about 13 bills that we opposed, and that goes back to the legislative principle slides that I shared earlier. For the reasons on the slide, we opposed them because they didn't align with the principles, and or we already have some ongoing work here at the department that we're doing in regards to those particular bills. There were 17 bills that we supported. There were 12 of those bills that we supported with amendments, meaning that we conceptually agreed with the bill and the ideas behind it. However, we had a couple of minor tweaks that we wanted to provide, and we were able to work with legislators on those. And lastly, there were 30 letters of information. For those of you, you might remember when I first did the presentation in the beginning of session, I talked with you about the difference between a letter of information, letter of support, and letter of opposition. The letter of information was simply our offices and divisions providing more information around how this bill might impact the agency. So not quite support, not quite oppose, but we did want to provide some information to help inform that legislation.
Before you move on, I don't know whether you have data from prior years or not, but my impression is that, at least from the oral testimony side, we probably testified more this year than we did in total for the prior 3 or 4 years, just to show, just in terms of just volume.
Yes. Absolutely. And I'm glad you mentioned that, President Crawford, because I would say that we had, both the board and the department had a very overwhelming presence in the General Assembly this year, and it was really great to put names and faces to the work that we're doing on both sides. So thanks for joining us in that.
Again, just for context, I remember my early days on the board, there were hearings in Annapolis on education topics, and there wasn't anyone from the department, the board, or the superintendent. And I remember one hearing in particular where someone said, should they ask, should the department be here or the superintendent? And the answer was no, we don't need them, and we just moved on. And so we've come a little way. Yes, legislation. When I think back to the report outs from years past, it was more of a discussion of what happened to us during the legislative cycle, very little that I recall where we were in a position to offer advice or support or constructive criticism, or where people came to us for views on topics, education, public education topics. So this is a dramatic change, even from last year, but overall, if you look over the past few years, what you're seeing right here is a dramatic change from where we were to where we are today.
And just for scope, I would add that last session, I think it was 2 bills that the board took a position on, and it was 42 this year. So that's a huge number jump in terms of what we formally took positions on. And it's harder to capture in the data, but there's a lot more bills that both Dr. Aileen and Laurel were working on amendments to that we maybe didn't take a formal position on that might not be captured here. So I would say that the actual number is even larger.
All right.
Thank you.
Sure. So for the next couple of slides, we have just 10 bills that we're going to go over. There is a very detailed, comprehensive legislative summary that you all have access to. The link is also on the website for the public. It's about 25 pages, and Laurel, great job on this. We were able to put together a list of all of the bills that we played some sort of role in and how they impact the department. So it's split up by office and division. If for some reason you're curious about teacher certification, you can jump right to the section for that office and look at some of the bills that passed for this session. What we're going to do now is I'm going to start with this slide. Laurel and I are going to rotate. Each of us are going to give you all a brief summary on the bill and how it impacts the department, and then we'll end the presentation. So the first one you're looking at is SB 161, cross-filed with HB 200. This is the Community Schools Bill. It's an alterations bill, which means that there were some alterations made to the existing statute. This bill passed, it basically requires MSDE to create a needs assessment form and an evaluation form that we would create and then give to the community schools director, local community schools coordinators. And from there, they would fill out the form, submit it back to MSDE and AIB. We would then review the form, provide comments and feedback, and then the legislation requires for us to make that public. So this is pretty straightforward. There are 2 reporting requirements in this bill. The first one is with regards to that evaluation form that I just mentioned. That would be due August 15th, starting 2025. So next year, there won't be a form due this year. But next year, each of the local community schools coordinators would need to submit the form to us for review and feedback. Within the actual legislation, it outlines what are the specifics that they would have to include on the form. So some examples include how funds were allocated or spent, the students identified for wraparound services, how many students and families served, and some of the partnerships with the schools. Some additional pieces include chronic absenteeism rates and things like that. And the last piece is the report, which would be due every December 1. That is a report that would actually be submitted by MSDE and AIB together. And basically, it's a very basic general report, just providing information around how the community schools are doing. Okay. All right.
There we go. All right, so our next piece of legislation was HB 1386, Education School Employee Anti-Bias Training Requirements. So this bill evolved significantly over the course of the legislative session, and what we have here today is a pretty expansive anti-bias training program that the department will assist in shaping. So as you can see, the implementation for the implementation of this bill, the department is charged with creating guidelines. And the legislation specifies that these should be inclusive, should incorporate lessons in cultural awareness, should aim to reduce implicit bias, and ultimately be culturally responsive to the needs of our educators and students. The goal of this legislation is to raise awareness for and to combat the prejudices faced by historically marginalized racial and ethnic groups, religious minorities, and ultimately ensure that schools are, intentionally working towards building tolerance for all students and staff, regardless of their national origin, their sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, gender identity, disability status, and these other identity facets. So within the law, there is a request that we've flagged here for you all, that the department incorporate lessons learned from real life incidents of discriminatory bullying, harassment, or intimidation. The department compiles this information, collects it from LEAs, and publishes a report on this topic each March. So to the extent possible, if we can incorporate that and have that inform the guidelines that we ultimately create and hand off to our county boards. Of course, that would be done in a way that doesn't risk compromising student privacy or revealing information that could disclose a student's identity. From there, using the department's guidelines, each county board, of course, in consultation with their stakeholders, will be charged with developing an anti-bias training for their public school employees, specifically employees whose job duties include frequent interactions with students. We've also noted here that if a county board, if a school district already has a training of this nature in place, that they can build upon what they have, they can make adjustments as needed to ensure that they're meeting all of the guidelines specified by the department. But there is that flexibility built in as well.
All right. So the next bill that we're going to discuss is HB 1157, cross-filed with SB 937. This bill is called the Grow Your Own Educators Grants Program. This bill establishes a grant fund, and it adds provisional teachers, also known as conditionally licensed teachers, as eligible individuals for this grant. So with this particular piece of legislation, it allows funding to be used to account for, up to 25% of these particular applicants, which would be the conditionally licensed teachers. The amendments specify that in the collaborative's outreach plans, so the collaborative those are the folks who are bringing the teachers in when they apply for this grant. The collaborative must prioritize recruitment of candidates and mentor teachers with linguistic diversity and from racial and ethnic groups historically underrepresented in the teaching profession. Okay, one important thing to keep in mind about this grant is that this bill passed. However, it did not pass with funding this legislative session, so that's an ongoing discussion. However, what the bill does require of MSDE to do is to provide technical assistance to the Maryland Department of Labor. If and when folks reach out and they want to apply for these grants, we would just give them information on how they would go about doing it. And MSDE would provide technical assistance in finding grant funding until if there's a point where the legislature funds this particular piece of legislation. Oh, just one more quick point on this bill. I do think that it ties into earlier discussions that was being had today around potential future collaborations with Maryland universities and possibly MHEC, particularly as it relates to conditionally licensed applicants and or potential teachers in the arts education space. That wasn't a broad discussion in session this year. However, I do see how that can tie into this bill and the initial teacher certification bill, which is not on this presentation, but it is in the legislative summary. There's a lot of opportunity there to make sure that those teachers, potential teachers who are conditionally licensed, are seen and that they are not missed in the process of providing those licensures. So.
All right, so we do have our initial teacher certification bill up next for the Division of Educator Effectiveness. This was Senate Bill 771, House Bill 945. So this bill, now law, may look familiar to you all as it has appeared in our past legislative updates, and it will likely return for some regulatory changes that we will have to make accordingly. We want to note that the department worked closely with our our partners in the Maryland General Assembly, the MSEA, and the AIB collaboratively design legislation that created multiple pathways for teacher candidates to complete their initial certification, and did so without compromising rigor or quality. So what you see here is the final product of that collaborative effort. Notably, the legislation removed the provision that all teacher candidates would have to pass a nationally recognized portfolio-based assessment of teaching ability. So we do see it come back up in the law as an option, but it's not a mandate across our teacher preparation programs any longer. So we wanted to just walk you through and outline what this new pathway consists of. So still, candidates will have to pass those subject-specific examinations related to their content area. That piece has not changed. And then they have the option of doing one of the following. So they could choose to pass a nationally recognized portfolio-based assessment of teaching ability, or they could participate in and complete a rigorous local school system teacher induction program. We wanted to, of course, note here that LEAs will have to submit plans for these induction programs to the department and the AIB, so that we understand what this work consists of. So following that, meeting one of those two, in addition to those requirements, candidates pursuing initial teacher certification will meet one of the following. So they can pass a basic literacy skills assessment approved by the department. They can hold a degree from an accredited educational institution where they have earned a minimum GPA of 3.0 on a 4.0 scale. That would be for their most recent degree they've attained. Or they can submit documentation to the department of having received effective evaluations from a local school system for 3 years.
All right. And I forgot we slipped that in there, so I stand corrected. We do have the slide. The next one is access to attorneys, advocates, and consultants for special education program and fund. This is HB 903, cross-filed with SB 797. This bill establishes this particular fund. MSDE doesn't play a very major role in it. However, we do have 3 or 4 core responsibilities that we do play. In addition to administering the fund, the Maryland Volunteers Lawyer Service would be administering the fund, that's right. However, MSDE would actually be responsible for notifying the parents about this particular program, as well as any information that they need before mediation begins. So let's say someone wanted to receive monies from the fund because they're dealing with a situation. They would need to have information about what the fund is and how it can help them out in that situation. The department would also be responsible for collecting new information related to the mediations and the due process proceedings that would come about with regards to this particular fund. And you can find out more information around what that due process proceedings and mediations would look like. It would be on page 8 of the enrolled bill online. Some other things the department would do is compile the data and submit a report to the General Assembly. That will be due by November 1 every year. Just for some background context, MSDE already collects a certain level of data around mediations and due processes. However, to implement this legislation in its full requirement, we are going to be required to alter the ways that we're currently collecting data to make sure that we're capturing all of the requirements for this bill.
All right, for our Division of Early Childhood, we have HB 1441, Early Childhood Education, Publicly Funded Pre-Kindergarten Programs. So the final version of this bill, again, it was a true collaborative effort between lawmakers, MSDE, and the AIB. The department was actively engaged in the amendment process that this bill underwent. And I want to note that this is an expansive piece of legislation with a host of changes. So while we're sharing some of the highlights right now, I know that this, again, will come back before you all, and you will receive several updates in the future regarding this work as it continues through its implementation stage. And again, it will likely return for some regulatory changes that I'd like to flag as well. But we did want to highlight a few elements So first, it establishes or requires MSDE to establish an early childhood educator career ladder for our private pre-kindergarten providers. The purpose is to transform early childhood education teaching into a high-status profession in the state. So this ladder would be for our pre-K lead teachers and teaching assistants, with the goal of attracting and retaining educators who gain additional responsibility, status, and compensation as they advance on the ladder. It will provide also some opportunities for educators to develop their skills and knowledge through job-embedded PD, and as I mentioned, compensate educators as they advance on that career ladder. The next piece we wanted to highlight is that the bill also requires MSDE to establish pre-K provider hubs in centralized and diverse locations throughout the state. So these hubs are, as stated here, they're designed to help forge partnerships between early childhood educators on the career ladder, child care centers, family child care homes, and they're generally going to work to coordinate support and disseminate best practices among all of these entities that are serving children and families. Another possible use of the hubs called out in the legislation is to spread information on professional development opportunities for teachers and teaching assistants, to offer technical support for meeting program requirements and some assistance with implementing curriculum standards. Finally, this bill did extend the funding timelines for some key grant programs, which we will talk about again when we discuss HB 1426. But notably, you will see that the life of the pre-kindergarten expansion grant has been extended, referenced in both bills. So the grant was initially set to expire in FY25, but has been extended through FY29 as a result of this legislation.
The next bill is the Blueprint for Maryland's Future Implementation Bill. This is a funding and independent evaluation alteration that was made to existing statute. This bill requires for each fiscal year that each county board would be required to provide $150,000 for the salary and benefits of the Blueprint Implementation Coordinator, who would be responsible for implementation of the Blueprint. Funding for this position shall be paid by both the state and the county in the same proportion as the foundation program. This would be under 5-213. The division here at MSDE that would be responsible for this would be our financial policy, planning, operations, and strategy. Now, there's no additional funding that's specified in the statute for this. However, there were allocations made in the FY25 budget to support this piece of legislation. You all are also going to receive a budget presentation at the next board meeting next month, so you can ask more details about funding there.
Great. HB 1426, Education Blueprint for Maryland's Future, alterations. So this was AIB's departmental bill that we also had an opportunity to collaborate on this session. We have touched on the dual enrollment cap in our earlier adoption of the new policy. But I did mention the pre-kindergarten expansion grant fund that would be originally set to expire in FY25 would now continue through FY29. But there were a few other things we wanted to note in this legislation. So as it pertains to our national board certification payments for non-classroom teachers, the legislation defines non-classroom teachers as our administrators, our assistant principals, our instructional specialists, our principals. So currently we pay for our educators to pursue national board certification through our fee incentive NBC fee incentive program. So this legislation amended that statute to also invite our non-classroom teachers that we had just specified to also be eligible for those national board certification fees to be covered by the department and the counties. And then as far as our Judy centers and our Patty centers, we did see some shifts in the legislation. If the department awards a Judy or a Patty center with multi-year funding, that funding can be used for planning and development in the first year to just give them more time to get their internal operations settled. And then finally, our CTE committee goals and report, and the accompanying report with those goals, which we had also touched upon in an earlier presentation. We did see those timelines adjusted for both when those goals needed to be set and when the accompanying report will be available for you all this coming December.
All right, and our last bill is HB 1287. This is the School Leadership Training Program. This is another bill that made alterations to statute. What this asks is for MSDE in collaboration with AIB we were previously tasked with, underneath the blueprint, with establishing separate school leadership training programs for the state superintendent, county superintendents, senior instruction related staff, and members of the state board. With this bill, it actually revises the statute to require the State Department of Education alongside of AIB to establish a singular school leadership training program for all of the aforementioned categories, as well as the chair and the vice chair of the AIB. As it pertains to the department and the state board, this training must be completed by the state superintendent, the chair and the vice chair of the State Board of Education. Other members of the board are encouraged to complete the training to the extent practicable. However, statute doesn't necessarily require for all members of the board to do so. Details of training, additional changes to the nature of the training include duration that was shifted from 12 to 24 months. The program shall also include both in-person and virtual session opportunities. And then lastly, there's a review of research related to the benefits of the recruitment and retention of a high quality, diverse teacher workforce that reflects the demographics of the students in our schools. I believe that is it. Thank you so much for listening.
Again, a very, very effective first year in this space, and thank you and all of the folks, including folks here on the board, that worked tirelessly to position us. And on a lot of these bills, there was collaboration. It's not just the department going in. We were collaborating at times with MSCA or AIB or PZAMA, others on these bills, which added more weight to what was being said. Again, an outstanding job, everyone.
Yes, just one more slide. So we finished the legislative overview of the presentation. This is the last slide. It just talks very briefly about next steps and implementation. Laurel, I'll have you cover that one.
Sure. So we are, just to preview for the public and for you all, what this will look like moving forward. So we do have many meetings in place over the next month or so to just begin to debrief with the various offices and divisions around the legislation that passed that pertains to their work, and to begin to formulate a timeline that is reflective of statutory deadlines, but then also internal deadlines within the department. In May, as Dr. Eileen mentioned, the state board will receive a presentation of the FY 2025 budget, so something to look forward to and of course bring questions to. Over the next several months, we will begin collaborating with stakeholders. So many pieces of legislation that you will see in the legislative summary specify stakeholders that we must collaborate with. And then, of course, we have our own procedures and goals surrounding that as well. We will likely bring, as I mentioned, some of these back to you all, depending on regulatory changes that need to be made, and just general updates surrounding implementation. So yes, we invite you to look in the legislative summary and then, of course, reach out if you have specific questions.
Excellent. Thank you much. At this time, I'm going to read a statement that would allow us to go into executive session. We'll go into executive session and come back in about an hour. Pursuant to Section 3-305B1 and B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: personnel matters, 4 appeals. So the floor is now open for a discussion of clarification. Don't see one. The floor is now open for a motion that would allow us to go into executive session. Ms. Chang, seconded by Mr. Paul. The floor is now, seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote to go into executive session. All in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, looks unanimous. Okay. Our target is to come back in an hour. Thank you, members of the public. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome, everyone. We're back, and again, thank you for hanging in there with us. It's now time for State Board Member Committee report outs and updates. Yes, Ms. McCusker.
The Ed Policy Committee will meet again on May the 8th, correct? On May the 8th, I believe we will have one COMAR item coming before us. And I think that's it, correct, Mr. Hands? Okay, yeah, I think that's it. And then we'll be, certainly starting to take a look and think about legislative things a little further as we go on looking at next year's session.
Okay, excellent. Yes.
Just in Dr. Goldson's absence, the Education Transformation and Accountability Committee will meet on May 16th at 6:00 p.m.
Great.
Which is a change from May 9th. So it is May 16th at 6 p.m.
And I have a couple report.
Yes.
We have governance manual review. We met April the 22nd, the first meeting, and we have very kind of clear guideline what needs to be added. And yeah, we all schedule 2 more meetings to finish up and present it and to allow the board to review before we approve it.
Excellent.
And also, I'm sorry, about NSB, I'll engage with the 2 committees. One is the public education position. Yeah, we had a meeting in March, April, and then we have a couple more to streamline the framework of all the education policy to make it more visible and accessible for all states if any state wants to adapt those positions. And the other one is nomination committee, and I'll share with the application form and to submit anybody who dedicated to the public education, nominate those and submit it to NSB. Their conference is October, the last week of October. And last year we nominated Charlene. She won the support staff for the board. Yeah, thank you.
Very good.
Question, Chin, when do you hope to, Ms. Chang, excuse me, when do you hope to bring to the board recommendations on the governance manual?
Tomorrow is May. Hopefully we'll meet 2 times. Yeah, and then we can make it to the June board meeting.
Great. Thank you.
That. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Want to have we have a recognition. Ms. Iola was recently was recognized with the NAACP's, Howard County NAACP's Young Trailblazer Award. Congratulations. Nicely done. Nicely done. Any other items for reports? Okay, saying none. I'm sorry, please, yes, Mr. Paul.
Not a report, is future meeting topics. So I spoke the other day with Pat Youngpritted, who's the Chief Academic Officer of Code.org, and is now on loan at Teach AI, which is a collaboration between Code.org and the International Fellowship for Technology and Education, a bunch of organizations. And so he has expressed interest in coming and sort of briefing us, giving us an intro on AI in education. So I wanted to float the possibility of inviting him to come address us at the July meeting. And we could gather questions beforehand that are of particular interest to us, or he can give us the sort of general presentation. But it might be a nice prelude to us engaging in the topic a little more deeply.
I think it's a good idea.
Just on that topic, I'm on the NASB EdTech Council, and we're hearing ideas about AI across different states and everything, so I'd love to meet with them and also just understand where we can start to move that forward.
Sounds good. Absolutely. Absolutely. Any other suggestions for future agenda items? Again, you can share this now, or if it comes to mind later in our calls, you can let us know. Okay. All righty. Mr. Schoen, you have opinions?
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Good afternoon, members of the board. We have 3 opinions to announce this afternoon in one order. The first is DC and NC versus Carroll County Board of Education. This was a student transportation matter, and it's opinion 24-08, and the board affirmed the decision of the local board. In MD and DC versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was a student grade and course dispute. This is 24-09, and the state board affirmed the decision of the local board in that matter. And finally, in TJ and DJ versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was a request for a health curriculum opt-out. And the state board affirmed the decision of the local board, and this is 24-10. And the one order signed by President Crawford is Vincent Shipp versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education. This was a request to reconsider the an earlier dismissal of an appeal, and this is order 24-07, and those are the orders for this month and
Great.
opinions.
Do we have any items for the good of the order? Seeing none. The floor is now open for motion to adjourn. Ms. McCusker is seconded by Mr. Paul. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Great day. Thank you very much. This has been a very, very good day. Thank you.